I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put a dollar to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes is basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. All of my
Let's watch.
Listen
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys. Thank you so much for coming in on short notice. I really appreciate you guys. I was woke up today. They woke the dragon this morning. They woke the dragon. That's what they were trying to poke me last night when I was doing my Momming It Up special for Halloween. But it seems like they've been coming out of the woodwork and then wreaking havoc on a GoFundMe that I set up for Jessica, right? I set up a GoFundMe for Jessica. I did that a couple of days ago. That was actually what I was doing on my day off. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to do it because she needs the help. Let's be honest, we're dealing with true crime with people who are under unexpected circumstances. And we say that we're here to help. So why is it wrong when someone helps? Or are you just pissed off, Sabrina, because you stole the reward money to begin with? You're the one that stole it. Here, let's move my face off of this one, so that way we can see this little wannabe angel that smells like shit. And yes, I am very pissed off because I'm going to tell you right now, when I hear that comments are deleted off of a GoFundMe that was shared by the mother of a missing child, she didn't take anybody's money. She didn't do wrong with them money. And thank you all for being here. And I'm sorry if I'm yelling. Somebody said they have a migraine. I hope that they feel better. But this is probably, Leslie, I think you said you have a migraine. This is probably a bad one unless you want to put me on real low. Because I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Bonjour seclusion works. I'm very upset right now because that in no way, shape, or form should have ever been used against Jessica when I'm the one that created it for her. I made her do it. I said, enough is enough. You need help. I'm creating a GoFundMe for you. And she did the rest on her end in order for her to receive those funds so she can put it away in a separate bank account. It's none of your business, but since you want to know so badly, since you're so worried about it, Sabrina, it's in a separate bank account. And it has nothing to do with coming over to me at all. That's her money. That is her money to find her son. And I'll be damned if you're going to try to further taint anything that helps Devlin, because that's all you've done in this case is taint evidence. You take off to Lansing. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of seeing your nasty family in all of my comments. I didn't block any of you, as you can see. So when you want to go on Facebook and tell everybody that you're blocked, that's a lie. Otherwise, you wouldn't. Nobody would see your comments. No one's going to see the comment. No one would see the comments that I'm about to show. It's amazing to me that when money is involved, here comes the thief out of the woodwork. And that's right. The new GoFundMe I set up for Jessica draws out the thief. Hey, Wild Angel. Hey, Jen. I just can't believe this. And it's bull. Hey, Tabitha. Hey, Busy Mama. Holly S., good to see you. Hope floats. And I personally sent the GoFundMe to certain creators and certain mods and certain people that I knew that would help Jessica. How is that any of your business, Sabrina? Have you ever tried to reach out and contact me or even try to come up on a panel where I said that you're welcome to come up here? No, you would just rather smear other people's names because you know that shit's not going to fly over here. I'm going to have questions for you, madam. I will have questions for you. Hey, Detroit. Hey, Blessed. You know, it's ridiculous. Jessica has a little child who is 3 years old, who is on a feeding tube. So in order for her to even get on a plane she would have to take all of AJ's feeding supplies for the duration of her trip. She also would need a safe place to stay while she's there. Do you not get it? Or are you too dense? Because I'm here to tell you that I'm not just trying to help her or exploit her on my YouTube channel. I'm trying to help her in real life. Like, how are we going to get you to your son? And you want to take a big shit all over it like you've done to this case? I don't think so. It'll never happen. It will never happen. You guys don't scare me. You've threatened me several times. It will never happen. I'm not afraid of you. I don't have to live up there. Hey, Tranquility. I'm sorry, Seclusion. I'm scaring Seclusion over here. Lisa King, good to see you. But it's absolutely ridiculous. Sabrina, my comments are, in my opinion, only if you like a day or like to say freedom, say your half email, Lady Freedoms. Yeah, asked to be on the panel, which you won't. Well, and that's the thing. She won't come on my panel. She will not, because she knows I have questions for her. Right? It's the same reason Tamara stays in the, down in the comments and in the chat. She will not come up on panel and talk, because I'm not going to be asking questions like, what's Devlin's favorite color? His mother told me that on day one. Very specifically, navy blue. Last time I checked, Tamara said, I don't know, when she was asked that question. We're past that. He's been missing for 6 months. And what did they do on the 6-month mark? Matt and then Tamara ganging up on Jessica. For what? Who do you think you are? Who are you trying to intimidate? All of you fuckers swoop in? I don't think so. No. Again, it's not going to happen. If you want attention, I will give you attention. But this is not what it was supposed to be about. And I've tried to work with both sides of the family from the beginning. I've also been trying to coach Jessica on just keeping towards the goal of finding Devlin, which is her goal. And you guys are poisoning her and going after her. Of course she's going to be focusing on other things. Of course, she's a human being, just like any of us. That's like if I sent a whole bunch of people over there to harass you, Sabrina, you wouldn't like it, would you? No, you wouldn't. That's not how we do things over here at this channel. That's not what we're about over here. We're about helping people. Mainly a missing child. Devlin's still missing. How in the world is Jessica responsible for the actions of this little shit up here? She's not. I know. Well, and I told her, I said, go ahead and share it. Share your, Holly S says maybe we should do a private one. Well, and I thought about that too, because I've done that for my friends personally, whose daughter is going through leukemia. And I only sent the GoFundMe to certain people, right? Because I didn't want them doing anything or acting like this, right? But instead, I told Jessica, share this out on the Find Devlin page, because there will be people that will want to help you. And she says, yeah, but what about what Sabrina did? I said, I don't care what Sabrina did. That's not on you. This is conversations that Jessica and I have. We're both very straightforward, blunt people. That's exactly what was said. Who cares what Sabrina did? She's an idiot. I don't know what you could call anyone else that does something like that in a missing child's case. Although I did have a conversation with Momming It Up, and we were talking, and I said sometimes people have to realize with the GoFundMes that if people are poor and their car breaks down, that they might use that money to fix their car, right? Hey, Town Chat. They might use that money to fix their car because they don't have any money. So in that way, I don't blame Sabrina. But I will say that she's never taken responsibility for it. She's never been in trouble for it. And it's like, oh, look at me. No, you're a grown ass woman. You're 27. You're okay to go after everybody and be big and bad behind your screen name on Facebook, but you won't come up on a panel and talk about Devlin like a civilized human being. You can't own it or take responsibility for what you've done. You push it off onto other people. I'm sorry, Leslie. I've been nice to these people, and I've also told Jessica to keep her head up and stop, be nice to them too, and don't engage with them, ignore them. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. She's got enough to deal with. Do they not understand that? Do they not understand that her son has special needs that needs to be taken care of over anything right now, right? Law enforcement's working on Devlin's case, but it's not going to be good enough for a mother who's missing her child. In walks Nate with the big screen TV and a smile on his face.
We got free TVs today at work.
Wow. I wish my job gave me a free TV. Congratulations. sorry, guys.
I think it's too big.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be too big in here, but
Well, we're going to make it fit.
oh, joy. All right, so I'm doing a live.
Sorry.
It's okay. Hey, Sandwich. Oh, look, Tamara, are you blocked? You haven't been, but you told everybody on Facebook you were. And guys, let her comments come through. You let please mods, everybody's comments come through today. Do not delete a single one of them, please. Because we need all of this documented. Just like all of the nasty comments that Jessica was so upset about, she erased them. No, we don't erase the comments. You want to know why? Because people like to talk. Look at Stacy Wandra. He just got popped. He just got pinched finally for murdering Monkey Vaughn. So let him talk. What are you hiding, Tamara? You want to come up on the panel?
There's another one.
Thank you. You want to come up on the panel? Let's go. You want me to drop a link?
You're only supposed to eat a half one. You just ate 3 halves.
I'm not afraid of you, Tamra. I'm afraid of the crap that you put Devlin through. Why don't you spend a couple nights on the floor and let's talk about that. Hey, Jessica, and thank you for being here. Hold your head up high and you let this trash act the way that they do. Just remember that, Jessica. Hey, Narita. What the hell did you do? You know exactly what you did, Tamra. Why don't you explain to my chat? Why don't you explain to my chat how Devlin got genital warts from a toilet seat? Explain that to them, because I can't. Making him sleep on the floor, making him scoop your cat litter, Making him clean up after your animals and your own ass, I think is doing a lot of shit to Devlin. I wouldn't want to put that on anybody. I take care of my own animals. If I have an animal, I take care of that animal. When I make a dirty dish, I wash the dish. So why were you making him clean up after you, you lazy asshole? Oh, Sabrina won't go up on panel. Sabrina won't go up on panel, Jen. No, she's not going to come up here, right? Because she's living her best life in Lansing, Michigan. She's sending her mommy in here. It was on his chores list. It was on his chores list. And if he didn't do the chores, you cut off his electricity. Isn't that right, Tamra? Isn't that right? Your behavior is going to be judged by the court of public opinion. That's damn right, by the court of public opinion. And you better get used to it, especially with all the shit. I can't even keep up with all of the shit that you guys are pulling. Okay, so I'm seeing messages from Sabrina. Sorry, I'm reading this. Give me 1 second. Your mother has had my email. Sabrina says, because if she wants my side of the story, she needs to come to me. But y'all keep saying we've been involved. Only involvement we had was working. Then he had left at 7:35. What does that even mean? Only involvement you have was when you were working? What? No, I don't think so. Your mother's had my email. Matt's been in my email. He's been in my chats. I have screenshots of all of it, Jessica. That's it. That's all we need to remember is that we have all of the screenshots for all of it. Where's your proof? Tamra's never sent me a bit of proof. Not one bit. I think your family's involved, Sabrina. Yes, I do. I think you're directly involved. Yes, I do. And I'll drop the link for you and you can come up here, but I'm not going to have your mother up here running her fucking mouth at me. It's going to be either you and that's it. And she's already had her chance. So when I drop this link, Tamra, it's not for you. It's for Sabrina. Put your money where your mouth is, Sabrina, because I have a lot of questions for you. And so does my chat. Tamra, this is not for you. You had your chance. Go for it. Let's do it. It's right there. You see it? Clear as day. Click the link. And you're going to need to show me your face. You don't have to show your face when you're up here, but you do need to show me who you are before I let you up on the stage. And Tamra, you just keep running your mouth in the chat. That's a perfect spot for you. You've already gotten to say everything you wanted to say, and all the shit that you said was a bunch of lies. I'm waiting for you, Sabrina. Where are you at? Thank you, Robini. I appreciate that. You guys just remember, Tamra, everything you get to say whatever you want in my chat, but don't think for 1 minute that I'm not going to turn all of this shit into the police. So keep talking. You might remember that, because I don't think you have a respectful bone in your body. I got you, Sabrina. You can cut your camera off unless you want to keep it on. It's up to you. And chat.
EMS questions, go for it.
Hold on a second, Sabrina. I don't see you up on the stage. Where's your avatar? Hold on a second. And guys, be respectful to Sabrina. And Sabrina, please be respectful on the panel.
Yep.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
You're going to have to put your avatar on so you can get on the stage.
I
You know,
don't even know what that is.
so I see you changed it back. I'm trying to think of how I walk you through this. Because I do want to have you up on the panel. You don't have to show your, you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. I get that. But I do need you up on the stage, which I have you up there. I just don't know where your avatar went. Are you still there?
Yep. There. That work?
Is that you? Okay, hold on. I see it. I see it now. Hold on. It's probably because I have it on a solo layout. Here we go. There we go. There you are. All right, fantastic. So, everyone in the chat, this is Sabrina. This is Devlin's. What are you? His aunt?
I'm biologically his aunt. I am adopted his niece.
Okay. So, and guys, we did a family tree. Devlin was adopted by the Tates. This is Tamra's daughter. You were living with Devlin at the time of his disappearance, yes?
Yes, along with my mom, my boyfriend, and my 2-year-old son.
Okay, and how did that come to be?
Um, Devlin went to jail. I moved in while he was there because we weren't sure if he was going to be allowed to come back. And I needed a place to take my son. And that's my mom.
Okay, right. And your mom said that you moved in over there after Devlin had left for jail and he was in jail for and this is her side of the story, guys. So we're getting Sabrina's side of the story. That's why we're going to let her talk. But what is your side of the story when it comes to Devlin being put in jail, or do you have knowledge of that?
To be honest, I can't remember which time it was for him going to jail. I know I moved in February. I don't remember if that was when he was locked up for the B&E or if he was locked up for the stolen money and larceny.
Okay, because he had taken money out to pay for a fine that he had previously.
Yeah, he stole from my mom.
Right, right. And we did go over that. I'm just trying to kind of get everybody up to speed on what was going on, what the dynamics were, because I'm just going to be honest too. There is a lot going on in the family that maybe Devlin would run away, that he was having issues with other people bullying him. There's a lot of things that have been really muddled up over the last 6 months. So I'm just trying to kind of get everything in a order, so to speak, coming from everybody's point of view. So I appreciate you being up here and answering questions. So Devlin is in jail and you move in with your boyfriend and your son with your mom, and then Devlin comes back to the house. Can you walk me through what that looked like? Because it seems like you guys had sort of a tumultuous relationship.
I mean, Devlin didn't want to do anything. Yeah, I made a chore list. I'm the one that did that, not my mom. I did that. Why did I put cat litter and feeding animals? Because yeah, I got paid to take care of my mom, but 2 of the tasks were 4 days a week. And it was to teach him responsibility. Yeah, not everybody sees eye to eye with that, but everybody that has kids has them doing something that isn't their job. I'm not going to lie. And to me, I don't see a problem with it. He did when he lived with me and my ex-husband, he was doing chores. He had to help with, feeding the animals. He had to help with dishes, like stacking them or putting them into the dishwasher. He had to do his own laundry. He had to clean his own room. Like, I don't see a problem with that. I don't know why everybody else sees an issue with helping teach this boy some responsibility. And nobody knows Devlin the way that our family does. And y'all can sit there and say that, it was a bad situation for him to live in with trying to teach him responsibility, but it really wasn't. Um, I mean, was there arguments? Yeah. I mean, every family argues. Um, like,
Yeah, and I understand that. And I will say that chores, in my opinion, and I know that some people might not agree with that, but chores are an important part of getting people ready for just life skills in general, right? You have to clean up after yourself. If really if you don't make a big mess and you just clean as you go, you really shouldn't have to do very much cleaning. But the problem that I had, and I'm just speaking for myself, is that when I was asking your mom Tamara about the chores and stuff, she didn't just send me the list that you made, right? Instead, she left out a bunch of chores that were on the list, and that to me shot up red flags because you're not being completely honest with me when you tell me that these are his list of chores and then I get a completely different list. See what I'm
well,
saying?
I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I rewrote that thing like 3 times, and I'm not gonna lie. Even I don't have pictures of those chore lists anymore because I didn't feel like it was a necessity. Like, it's not that, it's not a necessity to, people to know that, we were having him do chores around the house, that, the animals didn't belong to him or whatever, but it's the simple fact of, like, I didn't see that it was relevant to, I guess, put it out there that he had a chore list. Like, if you get what I
Yeah.
mean.
Well, and I mean, I understand, and it's not something that you typically think is going to get out to the public, right? I mean, I understand that.
I,
Um,
honestly, I don't have a problem that it got out to the public. It's more people are downing my mom for taking the electricity, like telling him that he can't charge his phone when we couldn't get him to do anything. Like, we couldn't ask him to take the bag of trash out and on his way out to go to town. We couldn't ask him to feed the animals before he left. He would just be like, "No, I'm going to town and I'm going to do it because I'm 18 and I can do what I want." That was the mindset that he got into when he turned 18, is I'm 18, I can do whatever I want and I don't have to tell you anything.
I
And
understand
no,
that.
I'm not saying that Jessica had anything to do with it, but that mindset came after he started talking to Jessica.
Well, but you have to understand where she's coming from because honestly, there's a lot of things that was being said by Devlin to her that was not making everybody look in a good light in terms of the way that he was being treated. Like he thought that he was being mistreated. And, one big elephant in the room yet is that there was some SSI that Devlin was cut off at 18, but then you were going for guardianship. So again, that kind of makes things look like you guys were trying, and making him feel like he was being controlled, in my opinion. And then the judge says that
So, hold
that
on.
he can't make his own decisions. So, I mean, from Devlin's point of view, I can see where he would feel like he's being pulled in all these directions, and then he also has developmental delays.
So about that. So Devlin lived with me and my ex-husband because he was being violent to my grandma, and cops got called and were told that he was no longer allowed to be there without somebody else because the fact that he literally left marks on my grandparents. And so I got the phone call, I went and picked him up. My grandparents didn't want me to keep him. They wanted him to come home. I went and fought for guardianship, yes, because that was what I was advised by the CPS worker to do. So I went and got guardianship of him. He lived with me, he had SSI. When he turned 18, he lost his SSI. He was supposed to refile. That did not happen. At that point, he was already at my grandma's. He went back there after he turned 18 because I got told that I couldn't stop him. I did file for adult guardianship of him. So did my grandma. And we were told that because he was 18, at the time he had a job, and he told the judge that he was refiling for his SSI, that he did not need a adult guardian. And at that time, he had a guardian ad litem that felt like he didn't need an adult guardian. But that
Well,
was
and
because he was doing everything that he was supposed to be doing.
like he had a job at that time. What do you think
He had
changed? What was the major change that happened, or was that because he broke in to use the phone at the barn?
that was a totally different job. He was working at McDonald's when we went to court.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And he ended up no call, no showing, and they fired him.
And did he have to walk to get to work every day? Like was he working at the one on Fry Lane?
No, he was working at the one in Hastings because he was living with my grandma at the time. And my
Oh,
grandma
gotcha.
was taking him. I do believe at one point he was walking, but that was his decision.
Right. How far of a walk would you say it is? Just roundabout, I mean, I'm not going to hold you to, you told me 4 miles and it was 3 or whatever. But
I
how, how
couldn't
far
tell you,
away?
to be honest. I maybe a mile and a half, 2 miles,
Okay, so kind of the
if
same
that.
amount that he's used to. Like because he's pretty
Yeah.
used to walking. It seems like he, would walk. Did he ever think about getting a driver's license himself, or was that something that he would like in terms of the courts and things like that? Did they ever suggest him doing something like because it is odd to me that Devlin has these set of issues that he deals with, but then they were saying he didn't need anybody to kind of help him,
He
you know.
talked about getting a driver's license, yes, but they also told him that because of the medications that he was on, that he wasn't going to be able to get a driver's license because he was on lithium and clonidine and risperidone. He was on like 4 different medications at that time.
Okay, okay. And was that because of like the behavioral health? Because I know Matt
Yes,
had sent me over, okay, like when he was evaluated in 2011, I guess it was.
yes.
Okay. And do you think that the him going off of those medications caused issues, or I mean, because something had to have changed. I mean, I get that, maybe your
I
first
mean, I
couple
think
jobs.
that it made him more aggressive, more, his demeanor was, I don't want to say jeopardized, but like he was more, what's the word I'm looking for? More vocal, more aggressive, more.
Yeah, because lithium is a pretty heavy duty drug. So, when people take it, it kind of puts them in a really, really mellow, state of mind and, kind of mood. Um, do you know why he was taken off of those medications, or what happened there?
He wasn't taken off of them. He stopped taking them. And they told him that he couldn't just stop taking them and then jump right back onto them without getting reevaluated, which is what he did at my mom's house before he came up missing. He was working with the right door.
Is that the lady across from Penny's Pizza?
No. The right door is counseling therapy in Ionia.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, and they were letting him know, look, you can't just go off of those heavy duty medications. And then you noticed a change in him, or how did that go?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sorry if I asked a compound question. Um, when he was off of the medications, you noticed a change. Like how did that all transpire? Like he's living, is that when he was getting violent with your grandparents, or
He was on the medications still when he was getting violent with my grandparents.
okay.
And when I got him, I was taking him to Berry County Mental Health where he was going to see a psychologist. I talked to her about switching up his, getting his meds regulated to a point that he was doing great when he lived with me. He was working on chores, he was going to school on a daily basis. I mean, the only issues that we really had when he was at my house is that mine and my husband's house is that he wouldn't get up by himself for school. Other than that, he did great. He was a A to B student. He we had, an agreement. You come home, you do your chores, you want to go to there was a group of school students. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It was right down the road from my house. That it was a group that the teachers put together for the kids after school to come and, work on schoolwork, play video games, get to know one another.
Mhm.
And I let him know, you do your chores, you can go to that. Like when he was with me, he got to go to his first dance. He got to go to homecoming for the first time. Like,
That's good.
um,
That's good. Those are good things. Like those are good things for him to be
oh
involved
yeah,
with his peers
we
and the
allowed him
community.
to go to football games, basketball games by himself. We just told him, you bring your phone with you. When we call you and let you know that we're here, that means it's time to leave.
And he was following the rules and things like that. That's good.
Yeah. And then when he went back to my grandparents after he turned 18 and just before he left, he's got into that mindset of I don't have to tell you what I'm doing. I don't have to, you know, I can do what I want.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where he would have had that mindset. I mean, a lot of teenagers do. And then also through the courts, if he's being told by the courts, like you're old enough to make your own decisions, and then, it makes it harder, um, to enforce rules then, and understanding that even though you're 18, you're always going to have a boss, so to speak. I mean, we have God, he's our boss, right? No matter what, no matter if we're the
Well,
boss
and
of anything, we still have people that are going to be over us, you know.
right, and we tried getting him to realize that with jobs, like if a actual boss for a job tells you, I need you to do this, you can't give him attitude, and you actually have to, do it.
Right. And that's
And
understandable.
all
I mean,
and all
yeah.
the odd jobs that Devlin was doing, he started that with me. Like I started when he was living with my grandparents, going and getting him and taking him to go shovel snow for money, rake leaves. Like we were doing all that stuff together to teach him responsibility, to teach him, money responsibilities.
And why did he drop out of school?
Um, to be honest, I don't know. Like I don't know. He was doing good going to school where he was at Maple Valley, and then he left, went to my grandparents' house, back to my grandma's, and he decided that he didn't want to go to school anymore.
Was it because of being bullied at school?
Um, no, because at that time he was going to Berry County ISD.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that it was said that he wasn't being like he was being bullied at times, but it was that wasn't the whole reason why he decided not to go to school anymore or to drop out, you know.
He was being bullied by kids that didn't even go to the same school as that he was going to. He was being bullied by students from Waco. Those bullies were kids from Waco school, and at that point he had already dropped out of school.
So how many high schools did he go to? Well, okay, I guess I should back up. So another issue that I had with what Tamara was telling me versus what, I was hearing then also on the other podcasts and stuff like that, and then, in the Facebook groups, I was under the impression that Sandra and Bill raised Devlin, but about the time he was like 10 years old, he went and lived with Gordon. And then now I'm hearing that he lived with you for a very, a substantial amount of time. It sounds like what, 3
He
years?
No, he lived with me for a year. So he moved in with me in June June and in of 2023, and by May of 2024 he went back to my grandma's.
Okay. And then he came and lived with Tamara.
Yeah, after he lived at a place, I don't know how he found the people, but he found these people that said that he could move in with them and that they would pay his court fines for him. And he was living with these people that claimed to be um Michigan mafia. Like I
Okay.
said, I don't know how he met these people. I know that he said that he had met one of the guys that lived in this house um at a store, and they offered for him to move in and pay his court fines, and he was really upset because of the fact that the check that the guy had given him actually bounced and um didn't go through.
Hmm. And how old
And
was he when he lived there? Was that when he was 18 too?
yeah, that was just before he moved in with my mom.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying because I wasn't sure. Um, I mean, and Little Red wants to know how he hooked up with the Michigan militia. I know Matt had said that he heard about them from somewhere in town, but I don't think anybody actually knows how he got hooked up with them. Because I do think,
He told me that a guy approached him at a store or something and offered for him to move in. Like, to come hang out, and then he ended up talking to him and he moved in with him. Because him
Why do
and
you-
Matt were having issues getting along.
and why do you think that they were so, like, what did they want from Devlin? Because I always wonder if somebody's trying to give me something, what they want from me. And maybe
Uh,
that's not the way to look at life, but I've had to do that to survive. So I'm just wondering what is he getting out of it?
Honestly, I don't know what they were getting out of it. It was to the point that they were telling him that he wasn't allowed to talk to Jessica, he wasn't allowed to have anything to do with our family. And I showed up at their doorstep and I knocked on the door and asked to talk to Devlin. Like, and I took him to McDonald's, I went and bought him food, and then I sat and talked to him, and I was like, bro, like, these aren't the people that you want to be hanging out with, because people that lived in that house, I have connections that know people that were living in that house, and was told that they weren't good people. So I was trying to get him to leave that situation. And my mom told him that he could go back to her house to get out of that situation.
Right. Well, and and I do agree with Bonnie here. Bonnie says, what bothers me is that his family kept him from basic necessities like hot showers and electricity. I just cannot. It bothers me so much as a mom of a 17-year-old who's autistic.
So he wasn't kept from showers. Devlin didn't like to shower. You could tell this boy nonstop that he needed to take a shower, and he wouldn't even change his clothes.
Right.
Like, I don't know if it was like, he felt comfortable that way or what, but literally, like, you couldn't get him to shower, even if you had to remind him. Like, my grandparents, I'm not even gonna lie, like, there's many police reports, that state, like, he was getting out of control, like, and most of it was because of the fact that they told him that he needed to go take a shower and he didn't want to, so he'd start acting out. Devlin did not like water. He definitely didn't like water on his head.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was a sensory issue because I know that children on the spectrum sometimes do have certain, things that they really don't like. Like it's like nails on a chalkboard, basically. Um, so, I can understand that. Going back to the Michigan militia guys, did they take him seriously? Like, what did they say to you when you showed up on their doorstep? Were they mad that you were there? I mean, what was the end on that? And did he
The guy
did he
opened
stay
the
there?
door, asked me who I was. I told him who I was. He asked me if I had any affiliation with the family down the street, which was talking about my grandparents' house. And I lied to him and told him no. And he went and got Devlin, and Devlin came outside, and I said, let's go for a ride. Other than that, I had no affiliate, like, I had no, not affiliation, no, what's the word I'm looking for? like communication with the people that lived in that house.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I know that I've done a little bit of research on them, and they're basically a group that would recruit people. For lack of a better example, it's like a gang of people, right? Like they recruit people who are in need of whatever. I mean, a lot of gang activity starts there from a kid that's poor that doesn't have money, and they're impressionable, and they think they're old enough. Was Devlin? Did he think that he was good with the militia? Like, what did he think of them? Did he talk to you about that when you guys were at McDonald's, or?
He thought they were his friends. He thought they were helping him.
Sure. He seems like he's pretty trusting.
A little too trusting, if you ask me.
Yeah, and that does bother me. And and just to be clear, I mean, we're still looking at every angle here. Like, what could have really happened to Devlin? Where is he?
I
Where is he? So I
every
mean,
every possibility that could happen to Devlin has went through my mind. Like I I don't know if like the kids that were bullying him, if they had something to do with it. I don't know, if somebody just randomly seen him walking and was like, "Oh, maybe he needs a ride," and took him somewhere. I have went through my head asking myself like what could have happened. And I know one of the girls that he said was his friend that lived in town didn't actually live in town. I found that out after searching for Devlin. Um, I later found out that she lives in Nashville and he was going to bring this person to our house. So I don't know if if it's not the same person because he didn't tell us a last name, he just told us a first name. But he was gonna
right.
bring her to the house. He was adamant, you know, because it was one of the times that we were arguing. Said, "I'm gonna go get her, and she can tell you everything." And he left the house, and he goes, "Well, she can't come. Her parents are coming down from uh, it was like Lunnington, I think." And um like after that we really didn't hear anything about this girl again. Well, when Devlin went missing, I started tracking down different friends that he had and was looking for you know that person. And I went to the place that he gave us the address to, and there was no girl under that name that lived there.
So do you think maybe he was catfished?
um
Like, in terms of, like, say I'm texting you, and you think that I'm, like, a guy, but I'm really myself, I'm, me,
no,
but you're
because
thinking I'm a guy.
he had said that he hung out with her. He could have misunderstood her name and got it wrong and just didn't tell us the right address because he didn't want us to know exactly who he was hanging out with and where they lived, which is a possibility. Like, anything is possible.
Right, and I agree with that. I think anything is possible, and I think it's good to work together, I mean, and we're gonna agree to disagree on things, but it's just the process. It's not like anybody has any type of malice. I don't think you have malice. I don't think anybody does. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what could have happened. And I understand that you probably are too, or you wouldn't be up here. So I appreciate you being here. Um, could you walk me through the day that, well, actually, I just want to go back a little bit because there were some text messages that were shared, and I made a video, and it seemed like there was an altercation between you and Devlin a couple of days prior to him going missing. And he was also talking about the guardianship to Jessica. So that's where I'm a little bit hazy. And that was like right before he went missing.
You guys are talking. You're talking about when you guys keep saying that I pushed him into a chair, into a recliner.
Yeah, well, before that there was here, I'll just let me see if I can't find it and I'll play it. And of course this is Devlin telling his mom, you know, what's going on. And so um let me see here. Because I have the dispatch too. But I know he was talking about the guardianship papers, um, and you
Was it when he asked his
specifically.
mom? Was it when he asked his mom what she said to me about her me getting guardianship?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I just told him that he needs to make that decision and that it's not up to anybody but him to make that decision on if who he wants, you know, to have guardianship or to help him. I never really fought with him over that. I literally told him that that is up to him. Did I give him the option and did I tell him that cuz he was talking to me about, well, my mom wants me to go down there to Yuma, and I was like, "Okay." I said, "If I have guardianship of you," I said, "there's nothing saying that you can't go down there." I said, "But I don't want you to make a rash decision to up and move away from everybody up here that where you have your support and then get down there and things not work out and you decide I want to come home because we don't have the money to bring you back up here." I said, "So, if I get guardianship of you, you know, I'll help you get back on your SSI and then we will take that money and we will allow you to go down there, you know, so you can meet her, you can spend time with her." I said, "And it doesn't even have to be, you know, you come home right away." I said, "You can go down there, spend like, you know, a week down there, get a feel of it, and then see how it goes, and then come back, and then we'll do it again."
I mean, I can see that being a legitimate concern. I mean, I've talked to Jessica a few times, you know, many times really, and she's never changed her demeanor. If that makes sense, it's always, you know, kind of what you see is what you get. Um, I know that she's very distraught over Devlin and she wants to find him, you know, but I don't know how the dynamic would work. I don't think anybody would unless you try, right? It's like if
Right.
you're, you know, if you move in with a boyfriend or something like that. Not that that's comparable, but I'm just saying like we never know how it's going to be living with somebody, especially when, you know, Devlin is 18 and he does have a say so in his own life, and that can be hard to navigate for any of us. I mean, I remember being 18 thinking I knew everything. My daughter thought she knew everything when she was 18, you know.
Well, and not to mention, like, Jessica already has enough going on with AJ. And but she also like I don't want to say she doesn't know Devlin because they did speak a lot, okay? But she doesn't know everything there is to know about Devlin when it comes to having him live with you. And so you know, I felt it that it would have been better suited that he just, you know, go down there, spend a week, and then come home and then, you know, do it again so then they could get basically gradually, you know, move to that point. So then they both got a feel of each other, so then they could make sure that it was going to be okay, I can handle, all of this, instead of just throwing yourself into it and saying, well, I can't do this after it's already done, and then him be stuck down there with nobody.
Well, and I understand that too, and I understand funds going back and forth. It's expensive, and that's why I was trying to help Jessica with this GoFundMe, because I realized that it's more for her to get there than it is, just a regular person, like say if I just was traveling or if she was traveling alone, because she has AJ. So I see those all as legitimate concerns. Is there a way that you guys can mend things in order to find Devlin, or what do you think about that?
I have no problem with Jessica. I think the only thing that I have problems with is all of the false lies that are going around. Everybody, everybody's pointing fingers, but when you point a finger, you have three fingers pointing back at you. And I just feel like, so many fingers have been pointed towards our family, yet, no offense, she really hasn't been there enough to know everything that's been going on. Yeah, there's documents that were, that have been brought to even you, about Devlin's childhood, but that's not everything. Like, literally, like, the whole situation with my grandpa, that was all dropped. Um, and people just keep bringing up things and then just making it look like we're bad people. But, like, I don't have a problem with her. I really don't. When I went to go look for Devlin, I was on the phone with her.
Yeah, so if
She
you
told me
don't
to go
mind,
find my baby, go find my boy, and guess what I did? Like, I was already getting around because it was 10 o'clock. I was already getting around to go look for him when I called her.
so if you could just, I am interested to know about your guys' altercation, because I know that that is a subject that, does bother Jessica, and it could be a lot to do with the fact that Devlin's missing now. It could have been something that wasn't a big deal, but now that he's missing, it does bother her, and I want you to have a chance to say, because that was right before he went missing. And then, of course there was Easter. So if you don't mind just walking me through that time, like from your perspective.
To be honest, there were so many altercations, I don't even know, can't even explain which altercation it was or why it started. I know the day that you're talking about. If you're talking about the day that I supposedly pushed him into a recliner that doesn't exist.
Well, that's what I'm referring to.
Um, well, he was standing not even an inch away from my face, screaming at me and was spitting in my face, and I didn't push him. I, like, kind of like backed him away, and there was a folding chair. It wasn't a reclining, it was a folding chair that he tripped into,
Okay.
because that was what Devlin sat at in the living room.
And when he got up, he tripped over it, or he was coming
No,
towards you and tripped?
he tripped into it, like, when I, like, backed him away from me, he had tripped backwards into it and sat down in it because it was folded out, so then he could he was sitting down. Actually, I do remember what it was about. That was the day that he had all of his stuff out in the living room. I had pictures of it. He literally had stuff all over, and he had been complaining that stuff was coming up missing of his. And it wasn't coming up missing. He was misplacing it. And I had told him that if he picked up his stuff, he would know where it was. And instead of picking it up, he decided that he had a black cabinet that had doors on it. And that was where all his stuff went. Well, he decided instead of picking up the stuff I had asked him to pick up, that he was going to get more out. And I had tripped over stuff, and he said I did it on purpose. I did not. I went out because my mom has a refrigerator on her front porch, a big one, because her kitchen is small. She's got a normal size refrigerator outside. I went out to go get milk, and I literally tripped over 2 garbage bags that he had put in front of the door and accidentally kicked them outside. And I told him it wouldn't have happened if he picked up his stuff like I had asked him to. Well, at
Right.
that
So,
point, he started calling my grandma. Well, my grandma didn't want to hear it because of the fact that he was nonstop calling my grandma about everything that went on at the house. Every time there was an argument, it was I'll call my mom. If he didn't call my mom, it was he would call Matt. Well, we were all trying to get him to realize that you have to pick up your stuff. Like, you can't just leave it around. I have a 2-year-old, you have to pick up all your stuff. And I tried to tell him that to begin with, is that you got to pick up your stuff because I have a 2-year-old, he's got sticky fingers. If something comes up missing, it's not my fault because, you left it out.
who has sticky fingers? Your little baby, the 2-year-old?
My 2-year-old. My 2-year-old will pick up anything and take it.
Aw.
Any
Oh.
2-year-old will pick up something and take it.
Yeah, that's cute though. I'm not blaming him. So this altercation happens, and then that was like the day before Easter, yeah?
That was a couple days before Easter.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to listen to you and I want to give you my attention, so I wasn't looking for the video because I appreciate you just telling me from your perspective. Thank you, Lacey Pear, for becoming a new member. And so with that, we have, did you guys mend it? Did you guys mend things, or were you guys okay with each other? Did you guys finally say, whatever, or Devlin picked, after
Yeah,
that
he ended
happened?
up taking care of his stuff.
That's good. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
Um,
Did I bag up some of it? Because I told them, I said, if you're not done picking up your stuff by the time that me and my son get done eating, I'm gonna grab a garbage bag. Did I say I was gonna throw it in the trash can? No. I just told him that I was gonna grab a garbage bag and start cleaning it up for him. Did I do that? Yes, I did. I grabbed a garbage bag. I bagged up some things because he had started instantly. As soon as I started grabbing a garbage bag, he started like hurrying up to pick up his stuff. And I picked up what he hadn't gotten to yet. And I went and I sat it on the front porch. And I said, and when you get done picking up the stuff that you have right now, I said, you can go out and grab it. Was that wrong
right.
of me? Probably a little bit, but I wanted him to know that I was being serious. I wanted to be taken seriously when it came to, you need to clean up your stuff and not sit there and get more out, because it's just, to me, it was in the way of my mom getting through to the bathroom. because he had it all sprawled out throughout the living room. Would I have been so upset about it if it had been in like one spot? No, because at least then it would have been, contained into one area. But this was my mom's whole living room. Floor was covered.
Right. And then, and I mean, I'm not here to judge like who's right in that situation, who's wrong at all. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out kind of, if there was still animosity involved at that point, or if you guys kind of were good. Because I know that, like, on Easter, Devlin went to the church, but I know that was kind of like back and forth. Do you know what church he went to?
I don't know the name of it, but I know exactly where it is. I don't really go to church, so I don't really keep names of them.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I know there were a couple of churches that he went to for dinners and stuff like that. Like, I don't know how frequent that was, but I know that
I know it was
there were.
Pastor Marilyn's church that was like, it's like kitty corner from Carl's. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, because I mean, it's such a small area. It's a little bit easy to navigate, especially like from Carl's. And it seems like he stayed in the general area when he was out. I mean, he had his little area that he was in town. Um, and then of course,
Yeah,
I know you guys were buddies.
after Devlin came up missing, like we didn't know it, but apparently he was, he'd walk out to Clarksville Road off from Jordan Lake. He'd go out that far, and that he'd go out to Bliss Road off M50 and walk out that way. I didn't know this. My mom
Yeah.
didn't know this because didn't specify, but he did a lot of walking, so it wouldn't I wouldn't put it past him to walk that far.
Yeah, I know that your mom said he went to, like, another county even so, and or Matt had
Oh
said that
yeah,
he went.
he had walked all the way to Berry County out in Vermont. Well, I think it's Berry Eaton County over in Vermontville.
Yeah, and that's a far walk. I mean, just walking in general, it would be far. So,
Driving it is 20 minutes, let alone walking it.
yeah. So, yeah, that's quite a walk, and then round trip, he'd have to come back. Did he ever ask you guys for rides, or, like, because I know you have a
Yes,
truck, or
he asked me for rides, and I told him that I will take you if you can help with chores. That was my stipulation. You help do the chores that are on your list on the days that I have wrote down for you, and I will take you. But he didn't want to do it.
yeah. Yeah, so the chores list is a big one. That's a big part of it, that he wasn't wanting to do the chores on the list, because, and I get that you're trying to incentivize him with a ride, or, the electric really gets me. I mean, I can't stress that enough, that I think that's wrong, but that's my opinion, right?
Well,
Um,
I grew up nothing's free. Okay? I grew up nothing is free. So, in return, like, you want to use the electric, you want to use my gas, to go to your appointments, to go, to your court, to your therapy, your counseling, whatever it is, then you need to help do something that helps me, because I'm helping you, you help me. And that was supposed to be his way of paying for, the gas, or paying for, the electricity to live at my mom's, or I shouldn't say to live at my mom's, to use the electricity at my mom's. That was how, his payment because you didn't have money to help with the electric bill, then you have to help do chores around the house to help pay for your stay. Because he didn't put food into the house. Everybody says that he put food into the house and that we were in control of his food stamp card. We were not. Devlin has his food stamp card. Devlin was in control of his food stamp card. I even talked to him and told him, hey, let's sit down, make a grocery list, and I'll take you to the store and we'll get the things on your grocery list. I even talked to him and told him, I'll teach you how to cook. You just have to be home at a decent time. And I told him, I said, I start dinner anywhere between 4 and 5 so Julius can eat. Julius is my son. So Julius can eat by 6 so then he has a couple hours of playtime before bed. I said, so I want you home before these hours if you want to learn how to cook. He would not come home before those or by those hours. So he didn't get that ability to learn how to cook.
Yeah, well, and sometimes, I know it's tough, and I know that you guys were trying to teach him, but I think just with kids on the spectrum, you really have to meet them where they're at, and that's really difficult, and I understand that, and anybody that has loved and cared for Devlin, is an important person in his life, and so I don't want to ever discount that. And like you said, you do know him better than I do. But I do think that maybe it might have been too strict of a schedule, maybe for him, or maybe he was just rebelling against, everything because he's a teenager.
No,
But
because he even set alarms to know when he had to be home. He had alarms set.
oh, on his phone?
Yep.
Okay.
I watched him set them.
So he was pretty regimented. So he goes and he eats, at the church. He talked to Sandra as well, um, on Easter. Can you kind of walk me through like that night, or like anything to your knowledge that morning that Devlin went missing? Because it's my understanding that we only know he used his bridge card at Carl's at 8:21 a.m.
Yep. My son woke up. I went and woke Devlin up. I told him, hey, I need you to get up. I need to make food for Julius. It was a normal thing for me to wake him up, get him up so then he could, do chores, do whatever he needed to. Because I asked him to do chores, some of the chores before he left to go to town, and asked him to do some after he got home. That way he had time, to go do what he wanted, but also to be able to, get the things done that, I asked him to do also. He got up, he went to the bathroom, he come back out, and he left. Literally just walked out the door, didn't say bye, nothing.
So was he still mad about something? Like, did something happen the night before, like on Easter? Did something happen the day before, on Saturday? Like anything that weekend? Did anything? I mean, were you guys still like fighting, or was he still kind of being, I don't know, like, I know it seems like teenagers can be oppositional, so I'll just say the word oppositional for lack of a better word.
To be honest, I don't remember what happened that weekend. I could barely tell you what happened last week, let alone 6 months from today. Other than, I have that day has not left my mind because he literally, there was no argument first thing in the morning. There was no, I don't even remember him saying a word. Like, not even saying, anybody got to go to the bathroom or anything. He just got up, went to the bathroom, walked outside, got his shoes on, walked outside,
Okay, so
and
he
then was
wasn't
gone.
he didn't seem like he was angry, but he was just kind of quiet that morning.
He was really quiet, which I'm not gonna lie, that was unnormal because normally there was, at least a little bicker of, we'd ask him, hey, before you leave, can you, take the trash out, or, just something little, and he would just go off on a rampage and then take off. That day, there was nothing. It was just, he was quiet, silent.
Were the rampages caused by like him not being a morning person? Like was he just like grumpy in the morning?
No, it it was just a normal thing. It, I mean, Devlin always seemed cheerful and happy-go-lucky and outgoing, but he was also very outspoken and like blunt at times.
Yeah. No, and I understand that, and I get that too. So thanks for sharing that. So it's 7:28 a.m. and then Devlin leaves out and then you and your boyfriend leave out because you guys have a job like an odd job in town you were saying in the chat. Or I'm sorry, in the comments.
Yeah, we went. Well, my son's dad came to pick him up, and then me and my boyfriend left, and we went to Sunfield to do an odd job.
Okay. And then you guys were doing that at 8:21 a.m. Devlin makes it over to Carl's and he uses his bridge card. He buys like food and drinks or some food and a drink. And then he heads over to Lako Laundry because he's going to go charge his phone and he calls Sandra.
From what I've heard, yes.
And then Matt answers the phone and Tamara said they had like a pissing match or they had pissing matches. And so that was kind of like something where they would, hang up on each other, call back, or what have you. Um,
Yeah,
do you think,
frequently they did.
do you think that that probably happened that day since he didn't get a chance to talk to Sandra?
I I couldn't tell you. I can't, I can't see the past, so I don't know what happened, and I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened, and I'm not gonna assume because that's just, it's wrong to make an assumption that I know nothing about.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that too. Absolutely. So about Matt says that he talked to Devlin from about 9 to 9:30 a.m. is what he was saying. They talked about like a half hour. So by the time Devlin made it over there, I don't know if he like was charging his phone, he was watching reels or something or catching up on social media. And then cuz I guess he would do that when his phone was plugged in according
Yep.
to what Tamara's saying. Yeah, so he was probably doing that for a little bit, I'm guessing, and then or maybe he saw somebody up there that he knew. Do you guys know of anybody that he saw over at Lako Laundry or anybody that he talked to other than Matt? I mean, because Matt said he talked to him for
I
30
know
minutes.
I know he's seen the that he would see the cleaning lady at the laundromat, but she didn't see him that day. Um, but I don't know who would have seen him that day up there at the laundromat. No. I did contact the laundromat people, owners, to find out if they had camera footage from that day, and they said that they were doing maintenance on the cameras that weekend and they weren't up until Tuesday back working. So that's why
Right.
we say that, Devlin was last seen at Carl's, is because of the fact that there was no camera footage from the laundromat stating that he was there. He said he was there, but I mean, I can say that I'm in China right now and not actually be there.
Right. Well, and it's difficult because I know once the police obtain that data, it's usually not shared. And I talked to Detective Castle, and they're keeping everything close to the vest because it's still open and ongoing. The investigation is. I'm just trying to figure out a timeline because then we're fast forwarding to 11 p.m. where his phone pings to the best of our knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, at 11 p.m. at the trailer park where he does know like a parapro in there.
Yes, that is correct.
So, and the police seem to have talked to the parapro and at least confirmed that she didn't have contact with Devlin that day.
Um, so I'm not sure on that. So during the search and rescue, they had me stay at the fire barn to help with any information that I could give. Um, I was told that they had went up there to talk to her and she did not answer the door. Um, but then later, like right after the officer left, called them to find out why they were there on her doorstep.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I would think just with his phone pinging over there that they would check it out. I mean, why do you have any speculation on why the phone would ping over there?
I have no idea. I do know that the day that he disappeared, when they went to go talk to her, because they said that the address, the cop said, because okay, so that night when I went to the police station, the Laco officer, he drove around, because I went to the Laco police station first, and I was like, I can't find my nephew anywhere. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I was literally freaking out because literally I checked everywhere that he normally goes, like that's public, that he goes. And I was, searching, bathrooms and driving around the streets, to see if he was walking down the street. And I could not find him. So I was literally freaking out. And I went up and I told the officer, I said, I have a question. And he goes, what's that? And I said, I can't find my nephew anywhere. I said, what do I do? He goes, well, call 911. So that's when I called 911. My mom had already called 911 before that. Okay. And they
Oh,
sent
okay.
an officer out to my mom's house to talk to her. And I was out looking. I met up with the Laco police officer coming out of the trailer park, and he said the address that I provided did not or didn't exist. And I was like, well, I didn't give an address. I don't know the woman's address. And so they ended up getting it, and they told me that they went and knocked on her door and asked if they could come in and look, and she denied access. So they thought it was suspicious. I don't know if anything came of it. I do know when they took search and rescue dogs out, that the dogs circled around her trailer, and they said that that would be probability to be able to get a search warrant, but I don't know if that was ever followed through on. or if she just allowed them to come in.
Okay, so I see. Well, if the dog scent hit there, that would be probable cause for. I mean, they would have to pursue it. Obviously, they would have to go to the judge and get the warrant.
Right.
So I know that you were frantic at that time. Do you remember what time you just like? I mean, obviously, going back it is difficult, but um, in terms of when you decided that it was kind of odd that Devlin hadn't made it home, or what time were you going? You know, because you said your mom had called as well. But what time were you guys calling around? Because I think Jessica confirmed that it was 7:30 p.m. Michigan time, because of course she lives in Arizona. Um,
Yeah, it was around 6:30 ish, because I it was like in between 6 and 7, because my mom had asked me if I had heard from Devlin. I'm assuming my grandma had asked her, and I was like, no, I haven't heard from him. So I started calling like his phone, didn't get an answer. So I started calling people to find, like, you know, relatives and people that he talked to in our family, to find out, hey, have you heard from him? Like, nobody's heard from him since this morning. And then I got, after everybody's like, no, haven't heard from him, I was like, okay, well, he's normally home by 8 o'clock. Said I'm gonna wait till 8 o'clock, see if he comes in. Well, then the thought that came into my mind is, okay, well, when he didn't come home at 8, was maybe he, found a friend, got sidetracked, lost track of time. He has a curfew of 10 o'clock through the courts. We'll wait till 10 o'clock, see if, he comes home. And when he didn't come home at 10 o'clock, it was like, I think it was like 9:45. I started getting around, and I was out the door by 10 o'clock, and I went to town and started looking.
right. Was his phone going to voicemail? Sandwich is asking. That's a good question. Like at
So at that
the,
point in time, he had my number blocked. So I couldn't call him on his phone. I could only call him through Facebook Messenger.
oh, I see. So, but but he just wasn't answering on Facebook Messenger either.
No.
And was Tamara trying to call him, or Sandra? Because I know he was trying to get a hold of Sandra earlier, and I understand he was calling her a lot, and it was, you know,
I know my
I,
grandma tried to
that's
call
just
a
Devlin,
couple
right? That's,
times.
you know, he calls
I know my
people.
grandma tried to call him a couple times during the day. I'm not sure who all was trying to call him, that night. But I do know that during the day, my grandma was trying to, call him, because she missed getting to talk to him in the morning.
Right. So that kind of tipped you off a little bit too, that there was something up if he hadn't talked to anybody. So then you guys decide to call Jessica around 7:30 and just let her know that, or just I guess you asked her if she talked to Devlin, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So um Tamara says I didn't call the sheriff's department until 10 p.m. At the time I knew something was wrong because he was always in by 8 p.m. Um, the 10 o'clock curfew was court imposed. That's what they kind of gave him as a curfew. Were there other stipulations on Devlin through the courts? I mean, I understand he was on probation.
I mean, he had certain rules, like, he wasn't allowed to get in trouble because he was on probation. Um, but the only reason he got the 10 o'clock curfew is because he was told nothing good happens after 10 o'clock.
Well, and I understand that. I think that's a good time for him at least. It's because especially if he's on foot, if he was driving around, it might be a little bit different. Because he'd have, protection around him and things like that. But being on foot, 10 o'clock, it's dark outside. Was Devlin afraid of the dark? Or I know there was some talk about that.
Yeah, a little bit. That's why he carried a flashlight.
Okay. Because I mean, he could just be using it to be able to see better and stuff like that. So he would try to get in at least around 8, but his court imposed curfew was at 10. Um, so let's see. So the dispatch audio when you called in was at 10:32, I believe, p.m. And then the phone at what point does anybody know at what point the phone went to voicemail? I guess that's a better question.
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, because I know that on the dispatch audio they said that his phone went straight to voicemail when they tried it. Um, and the officer was like, darn, because it's harder to find then, right, and track. Um, hey Scranton, good to see you. So let's see here. At what point did the police make contact back with you and everybody at the house?
I couldn't tell you. I was out searching for Devlin when they showed up at my mom's. Um,
Okay.
and that was when I met up with the LACO officer in town.
Okay, so they had one person go over to the house and talk with Tamara. And were you with, or excuse me, was your boyfriend with you at that time?
No, he was at home
Okay, and he
with
was
my
taking care
son.
of okay, great, taking care of your son. And then so you were out looking, but you went out looking pretty early.
No, my son wasn't even there.
Oh, he was at his dad's house.
Yeah, I had to think about that for a second. Yeah, he just stayed at home, and I went to go look for Devlin.
Okay, perfect.
But
I'm just trying to
Julius was
place
with his
everybody.
dad. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, 6 months ago is a long time to remember, but Julius was with his dad because of the fact that Mondays are his dad's days.
Okay, I see. So you're out there looking, and then they kind of send an officer out there to kind of assist you with looking. Which places did you go to? Did you head over to Penny's? Because like for me, I would think, okay, if
Well,
he
I didn't check
made it.
Penny's because Penny's was already closed. I drove around the
Oh,
trailer park. I drove the way that Devlin walked. So the way that you have it mapped out, Devlin didn't walk 2.7, I think it was like 2.7 or 2.4 miles. Devlin didn't walk that way. That is if you're driving. So Devlin walked the back way to town. He would,
so
and
I wish I could give you my screen to share. Um, well, because
he would walk
I was.
on, I believe it's Tupper Heights. And it would lead
Oh,
him
I
straight to
gotcha.
the trailer park. Cause there's there's a guardrail up now. Um, but next, like there's a little wooded area, and they cut a path through, a walking path out, and that is the way that we walk to town. You walk through that little trail, and you walk down. I believe it's Tupper Heights, and that would take you to town. And it's about a mile and a half walk. It
Okay,
made it a
great.
lot faster than that 2.7.
Well, and you don't have to go all the way around Tupper Lake if you go that way. And I don't know
Exactly.
why Google, well, Google won't let me do a shortcut on it because I was thinking that
That's
too.
because
Like, why wouldn't we
that's
go?
because those two roads don't connect anymore.
Oh, I see.
When they took that barricade out, they don't want people going to that barricade and being like, "Oh, well, I can't get through." So they stopped that from being a thing on Google Maps that you can go through there, but there is a walking trail that you can walk to go to town.
I see. And that would be the most, I mean, because obviously you guys weren't with him that day. So, but that's usually the route that he would take. And I know that, I talked to a friend of his and she said that he was very much into, going the same way every time.
Yes.
Yeah, because people might ask, like, okay, well, how do you guys know that he went that way that day? Or, something like that. Um,
But he
so
was also known to go to Bonanza Road and walk Tupper Creek. And if he does that, then there's another 2-track out there that leads from our house to Bonanza Road without having to go all the way around, and that's not even a quarter mile long.
and Canine
And
Quinn
that
hit over there, is that correct?
you said the canine unit went over there?
Yeah, well, I had some SAR maps sent to me, and it looked like,
The canine
you know,
unit did go over there, yes. After they left the trailer park, the canines took the person out to Tupper Creek. Yes.
okay. Okay, yeah, that's
Because
what I was thinking.
I was watching the tracking map while they were walking with the dogs. Like I was
Okay.
in their building with them, you know, watching as they were walking around and watching where everyone was searching.
Right. And and I'm sure that had to be stressful, and obviously they didn't find anything of Devlin's, right? I mean, they didn't find, I mean, and what do you know what was used for a scent article that was given or that they used to kind of give to the dogs for scent?
So they came into the house and they put a gauze pad in between his pillowcase and his pillow to get the scent. And then the woman stuck, with gloves on, stuck the gauze pad into a Ziploc bag to keep the scent fresh.
Okay. Yeah. And so that was what the dogs were going off of when they were searching, and the dogs hit off of Bonanza and Tupper Creek.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Um, and so at what point did they decide that they were going to scale back the search and everything? I mean, how long were you there with them? I get that it was probably over a course of a couple of days, but
So Tuesday I was there all the way up until dark when they decided that it was getting too dark to continue searching. And
mm,
Wednesday, I was back there um to search again, and I was there until I want to say it was like 2 in the afternoon. I could be wrong.
okay,
And that was
yeah,
because they hadn't and that was because the fact that they hadn't found anything and didn't have any leads to go off from. And they did say, if we found any leads, that they had no issue coming back. And then they did end up coming back. I want to say it was a Friday or Saturday they came back because they thought that they had a lead. And at that point, I was involved in the search. I had went to um, um, a house off from Huddle and asked them if they knew who owned Wooded area next to Beer Can Bridge, the channel that leads from Tupper to Jordan Lake. It's a wooded, mushy area. I figured, I don't know if he walks over there, but I figured it's an area that wasn't covered. At least it wasn't covered, like, actually trekking through it. So I went over there to ask if they knew who owned it. She said that her dad did, gave me the number. I got permission from him to go on his land and search it. And that was also permission for the Great Lakes Mounted Horse and Rescue for them to go and search around the field and wooded area as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, because those were the main areas that he would frequent, and then also going off of what they were finding. And then, I mean, what do you think could have happened to Devlin? And I mean, at what point? Because I know he has a girlfriend, Marie, that
Yeah.
had pinged him at 9:30 around the McDonald. Well, I guess it would have been around the
It's
Family
considered
Dollar.
French Fry Lane, yeah.
Thank you, French Fry Lane. Um, I mean, what do you make of that? Because it's weird that there's such a time gap, and then sometimes he'd go to Penny's for lunch, but he didn't make it over there. It just seems like he, I hate to say, vanished. Like, but after 8:21, or maybe we could say about 9:30, because that's about what time Matt said he talked to him. So I'm kind of going off of Matt there, because he did say that he talked to him for that time.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is how she got him at 9:30 on French Fry Lane and how my uncle talked to him at 9:30 at the laundromat.
Well, I was stuck there as well, because I mean, it's a little bit of a walk.
But I'm
Um,
not gonna lie. Laco is a very much dead zone depending on the phone carrier. So Life 360 that she has could possibly have not been correct. It could have been that it was like a lag or something. I don't know. I personally, I don't use Life 360. I don't know how that works. I don't know if it works when you don't have service. But I'm stuck at that point. Like, how did she get him on French Fry Lane? It's not that big of a walk. No. But if my uncle talked to him at 9:30 and he was on French Fry Lane at 9:30, like, did he already leave the laundromat and was, headed to French Fry Lane when she got the last pin on Life 360, or what? And I can't, like I said, I can't tell you because I wasn't there. I don't know.
right. Well, and is Marie his girlfriend that he wasn't really supposed to be seeing because she's 16?
She was. Yes. He actually was hyped because he was going to ask her to marry him, but
No.
they weren't allowed to speak anymore because of all the legal trouble that Devlin was getting into. Her mom
Yeah.
didn't want her to be susceptible to that.
Right. Well, and I get that as a mom. I mean, you got to get your act together, and because that's
Oh,
important. And Lacey Pear wants to know, did he work at the auction?
he did at one point work at the auction barn. Yes, he did.
Okay, and that's where he
Um,
broke in to use the phone,
yep.
which wasn't a good decision. Um, you know.
But he lost that job because he decided to walk off.
Okay, something upset him and he decided to just take off.
Yeah, he told us um that him and a guy that worked there got into an argument. Um, but when we talked to the guy about it, the guy said that there was no argument, that he didn't even know that Devlin had left until he went to go check on him to make sure that he was doing what he was what he was the task that he was asked to do. So, and I'm not gonna lie, Devlin was, or is, he does like to play both sides. He likes to tell you one thing and then it actually not be the truth. But I don't like the other person. I've known them for so long too that I don't know if they're telling the truth either, to be honest. So there, I have no idea what actually happened. I just know that he came home and was like, I don't have a job anymore. And then
Yeah.
said that he was going to go back and see if he could get his job, and then was told that he was not allowed there because um I'm not gonna lie, my mom informed the auction barn um owner that Devlin had broke in to call his bio mom off their phone.
Right. Well, and I mean, it's clear that he was looking to to Jessica as kind of, if he was upset with you guys, he would go and talk to Jessica, which is normal, right? Because he's venting. It's healthier to kind of blow steam off that way. But, you know, um, what are some good things about Devlin? Like, what are some of the like good memories or just things that you know a positive about Devlin?
He was outgoing. I loved that he liked helping other people like I did. Like, he was so excited to go when I would go get him from my grandparents' house and ask him, "Hey, you want to go to work with me? You want to go, help shovel snow?" Like, he was all for it. And it was, we had so much fun. I mean, there was a time that we took a tarp and was raking leaves onto a tarp, and I mean, we had this big yard to do, and we'd sit there and chit chat and work, and it was like it was really fun to just be able to sit there and do that with him, and bond that way. One of the funniest moments that I um remember, or that I can think of right now, is we were sitting at the kitchen table and he had told me that he, wanted to get in touch with his bio mom, and we talked about it, and I told him, I said, if that's something that you want to do, I said, we can't stop you. You're almost 18, we can't stop you from doing that. Um and he asked me why I didn't go after him, like adopting him, when he was taken away. And I told him, I said, Devlin, I was 9. And he
Yeah.
goes,
Yeah.
oh, he goes, that makes sense. And it like, I was thinking about that yesterday, to be honest. And it made me tear up because the fact that like he, that shows me that I wasn't in the wrong, you know, that I, was doing something good for him when he was living with me. If he was able to ask me that question, like, why didn't you, adopt me when I was taken?
Well, and to put that on you is tough because you are, a younger person yourself, and that had to have been a little bit overwhelming. And then especially with Devlin realizing, okay, I'm 18, and then he kind of does the math. All right, Sabrina's not that much older than me. Um, but
But
I mean, I do think
he didn't do that math. Like he literally just like he didn't realize, I don't know if he realized how old I was when I got him, like when he was 17 and I got him. I don't know if he thought I was older, like, or what, but he like, it was just that, you know, and we had an unbreakable bond when he lived with me and my ex-husband. I used to take him out to, she's no longer my friend, but I used to take him out to her farm, um, or the rescue that she ran that was on a farm, and he would help do chores out there. Um, and we would have, bonfires, and so there's just a lot of memories that I have, that and things that, you know were good, and then there's things that, were bad, like the attitudes and um the violence. But I'm not gonna say that the bad overpowered the good, because the good was really good when it was good.
right. And I mean,
I
and I understand, there's gonna be, I mean, ups and downs in any family, especially if you live together. It's a different relationship altogether. Um, Someone was asking about if or who was receiving money and food stamps before Devlin turned 18. I mean, he was obviously not overseeing those
I
funds for him.
was I received his social security. I didn't get food stamps for him because at that time we didn't need them. But the
Oh, okay.
social security, I was receiving them, and I was giving him $300 a month to spend on whatever he wanted. His first social security deposit that we got, I went and spent $800 on him with it for new clothes, because all of the clothes that he came to my house with from my grandma's and grandpa's, they were all hand-me-downs. He had nothing, he didn't have anything that was, new, new. And so I literally, when I got it, took him clothes shopping, and we spent $800 on, new shorts, new underwear, new socks, new shirts, new t-shirts, new tank tops, new sweatshirts. Literally everything he needed, especially to go back to school, so then he felt comfortable going to a new school, you know, fresh, a clean start.
Right. Well, and everybody needs new school clothes because that's the time everybody gets new clothes for the year, and you got pictures and things like that. You know, so you were getting how much would you say that you were getting for Devlin like when he was living with you, like minus the food stamps, and then when did he go back on them? Because I know people are asking.
I received, it was like 900 and something a month for his SSI. And he went back on food stamps, or went on food stamps after he left my house. So after May of 2024. I'm not sure exactly when, but I know it was after that because he didn't have them at all the whole time he lived with me.
Right. And then he goes back. Well, I'm assuming that just wherever he was living, then that's where he, he would get money sent there. Or, I mean, were you still controlling his money when he was living at Tamra's?
No, he didn't have any money. He didn't have, other than, him working at the auction barn, he didn't have any money. And even then, he had control of his own bank accounts. He had control over, his food stamps, everything. After he left my house, I had no control over anything. I was still on his bank account for a little while after he left. I don't remember when exactly I got taken off of it, but I was still on it where I could see, how much he had. But I didn't touch his money. That was his money.
Right. So
And
he would
the money that I was supposedly stole from Devlin, I just want to throw this out there. The money that I supposedly stole from Devlin or borrowed from Devlin, I didn't borrow that money from Devlin. So my ex sent me money for my son, and it was sent to my savings account. Well, because of the app, all of my accounts are listed. Well, I instead of sending it to my checking account, I sent it to Devlin's checking account because at that time I didn't have them labeled whose account was whose. I didn't have it, Devlin's account, my account. Um, and I accidentally sent it to Devlin's account. And I took that money and instantly put it from Devlin's account to my account. And that was last year. That was when Devlin wasn't even living with me.
Okay. And in terms of the reward, because I know that, I mean, that was the reason I was fired up because I'm like, hey, I'm trying to help Jessica get through and get over to Michigan to so she could talk to the police herself, right? And it's tough for her. We kind of established that it's tough all around for everyone right now. Financially, Christmas is coming up, things like that. I just don't want her to get hate if, I decided to put a link out there to help her get some Christmas for AJ or something special for her. Because I think it's terrible what's going on with her. But the reward fund, what happened with that, hun? I mean, that, you know,
So
I get a lot of it. I'm more understanding than I come off as sometimes. But
hold on. Yes, I used some of the money to fix my truck. That was
okay.
not only for my son, okay, because as we were driving down the road, my tire flew off and I had to replace a rim, a rotor, and studs. And I had some other things that went wrong with my truck. Okay, I had to replace the starter. Yes, I used money to replace those parts on my truck. But it was not only for my son, but it was to find Devlin. Like, that was my main and only way to get around to continue searching for Devlin. I also, the reason I used it was because I added money to that reward myself. Because when Devlin came up missing, I had $4,000, okay? and I had to use it for food and flyers, and I helped with the t-shirts and the signs, and I had, necessities that I used it for. So yes, I used some of it to fix my truck, but that was so then I can continue to look for Devlin. And I had already, I brought signs out here to Lansing. I brought signs and shirts to Ionia, and I took flyers out to Yankee Springs to get his picture out, because we didn't know how far he went. We didn't know if he was in town. We didn't know if he traveled to a different town. So I was trying to get his name as far and wide as possible, with hitting every little town and city that I could, with flyers and signs and t-shirts and whatnot, to help spread the word. I even went to a gas station, Pilot, on 66. Well, it's not Pilot anymore, it's 19, and asked them if they could put flyers at the counter. They told me no. I said, well, do you mind if I, hand them out to the truck drivers? Because my biggest thing is, if he's traveling, whether, if he's walking, maybe they'll see him, depending on what roads they take, they might see him. So I
Yeah.
went and I handed out flyers to semi truck drivers. And and I did all this. Like, I had to have gas money, so that's where part of my money went.
Sure.
And so I got so much hate from, using that to fix my truck, but yet nobody realizes how much I actually did to be able to put his name out there, not just on social media, because, social media doesn't get to everyone. It's the visual. And so I wanted to get his name out there. So I was traveling to all different towns and cities to get his name out there. And that put a lot of wear on my truck. And yeah, I had to use some of it to be able to fix my truck so that I could get back out there and continue to do what I was doing.
Because you spent like 900
Sure.
fucking signs and shirts.
And so that explains it. And who started the reward fund? Because I think someone asked that too. And I know that there was a lady involved in it. We don't have to like say her name. Don't give anybody hate, guys. That's the reason for the reason why I was so upset today was because Jessica was getting hate. We don't need to have the hate. We just need to figure out what happened to Devlin. That's all. That's the problem here. That's everybody's problem.
So I started the reward fund. I put $500 of my own money into it before I added more to it. But
Okay.
I started it with $500. Then another woman matched that $500. And a guy mentioned that if Devlin was found, he would match that 1,000. But we didn't receive that 1,000 because Devlin hasn't been found. And then after that, a woman decided to get together and do a bake sale to raise more money for his reward. And that's what we did. We raised more money. We raised $4,000 at that point.
And that was just all local people that were helping?
That was all local people that came out to buy baked goods and to buy any of the auction items that we had.
Okay, that's really nice. I just wasn't 100% on that. And I know that there were people even, telling me information that is only half of maybe what's going on. Everybody has their own perspective. So I appreciate you clarifying that. So yeah, Lacey's asking about after how much was there after the big sale, because she bought a shirt after that.
After the bake sale, there was $6,000 altogether.
Okay,
That was
so that's
with
what.
the shirt. That was with the shirt money, the money that I put in, the money from the signs, and the bake sale.
Right. Okay, so and I get it. If your car breaks down, it's an unexpected expense, and I understand that, and I appreciate you being honest about it and answering, because I know it's not easy. None of this is easy. So,
But I also hold on. I also that the money from the signs and the shirts. So what I did is
Get out of the window.
I'm trying to think of how this how it worked. Because I took and put the money away in the lockbox. I didn't okay, so I charged more than what was supposed than what the shirts and signs came out to, I guess. And that money went back into the shirts and sign, like to be able to pay for the shirts and signs, if you get what I'm saying. I think I kind of jumbled that.
I know what you mean. Like, so there was I mean, obviously you have to buy the shirts and the signs, and then you were selling them for cost, or were you selling them for a little bit more, like in
A little
terms
bit
of
more to put into the
the
lockbox to raise that extra $1,000, that 6,000. So technically, if you think about it, the reward would be 7,000, but we didn't guarantee the 7,000 because we weren't sure if that guy was going to hold up to the $1,000 that he matched. So we left it at
right.
6 because
Yeah,
we
that's
weren't.
smart.
That wasn't a guaranteed. That wasn't. We physically had it, so we wanted to leave it at 6. But it technically would be 7 if you think about it, because if that guy actually, holds up to his word. But we weren't sure if Devlin was going to be found right away or not, so we didn't want to, lose contact with that person, or that person decide, oh well, I don't have the $1,000, to give. So we left it at the 6,000. But that extra money from the T-shirts and the signs, that went into the lockbox to create that extra $1,000 from that 5 that was already there.
I see. So, and then now Mary's got the 6,000, so there's still a $6,000 reward out for Devlin.
Yes, as far as I know, she has it. I couldn't tell you because she doesn't talk to any of us anymore.
Right. Okay. No, that's understandable. So, and again, I don't want her to be, harassed or anything like that, guys. It's just we're just trying to make sure that, because I want to make another flyer with the routes that he could have taken, like his two most common, the one we were talking about. And somebody was asking about, did they check the trail cams on the way on those routes, or do you know if there was any trail cam footage or anything?
Well, I know that when we searched over by Beer Can Bridge, we found a trail cam, and they were gonna they were gonna look at the owner of it and get the trail cam photo from it. I don't know if there was any more found while they were out doing searches, but I do know that at least one was found, and they were gonna the fire chief or firefighter I was with called it in, and the police were gonna look into it.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, because I mean, I do think, as far as I could tell with Detective Castle, she's definitely working the case, keeping things close. So I know that, the public wants to know, and then also, just you guys as the family want to know, but a lot of times they won't divulge that information because, it's open and ongoing, and they're still investigating everything. And there are possibilities here. I think it's a good thing to get at least the truth out on the table, because that's the best place to work from. Otherwise, it's already difficult enough knowing that Devlin hasn't used any of his accounts. So he didn't have any money left over in his SSI account because he stopped receiving it at 18. Um, and then he just had the little bit of food stamps. Is that the only money that he had?
I mean, he had two different bank accounts, but that I know of, there was no money in either one of them.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, because that we would I'm just trying to figure out if he did decide to take off, but a lot of people are saying, even close, family members, Jessica has said, he would have reached out to someone.
Yeah, there was not one person that he talked to on a regular basis that literally had that heard from him, and that's not normal. Like, Devlin does not just stop talking to people. I mean, yeah, talking to one person, but to just cut himself off from everyone, that's not something that Devlin would do. And that's why I said there's lots of possibilities out there. Like, and every possibilities went through my head because I know that that's not Devlin.
Right. Well, and I mean, I think it's valuable to get your feedback, especially because you know him so well. Um, and his routine is a lot, especially with him being autistic. When I spoke to one of his close friends, they told me that his routine was very important to him. Very
Yes.
important.
And I tried to keep the routine, so the same routine he had at my house when I lived with my ex-husband is the same routine I was trying to put him back onto when he moved in with my mom. Because of the fact that routine is best. And even talking to his therapist when I would go, because I would go in with him when he'd go see his therapist. I'd give him the option: you want me to go or you don't want me to go? Like, counselor, therapist, um, or psychologist, I mean, not therapist. I would give him that option. Do you want me to go? Do you not want me to go in? And there was some days that he's like, oh well, I just want to talk to him alone, and I'd sit out in the waiting room, and then at the end of their session they'd be like, oh well, he wants to talk to you about this, and I'd go back with him. And one of the things that me and his uh psychologist and um his counselor talked about was, that routine is best for him. And so, when I lived at my ex-husband's house, I had literally everything wrote down for him. I had, his chores wrote down. He had them on his bedroom wall. I also had them on the refrigerator because, those are the two things that he looks at the most. The one was above his dresser and the other one was right on the front of the refrigerator. So then, when he opens up the refrigerator, he sees, oh, well, I have these chores to do. Um, the other thing was, like, on the bathroom door, I had a schedule of, I need to remind myself I got to take my meds in the morning. I got to, shower after school. Um, like, I had him showering like every other day. Um, I got to take my bedtime meds. Um, just different things that he had to do, and that was, I was trying to get him back in the same routine that he had when he lived with me and my ex.
Yeah. Well, it seems like you had a little bit more room. Did he have his own room when he stayed with you guys?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And then of course when he was with Gordon, he had a room. did he have a room when he was staying at Sandra's?
Yes.
So just bigger place, because I know Tamara's place is a little bit smaller, and I understand that when Devlin came back from jail, they weren't you guys weren't exactly in the know about how long he would be in there for.
Well, it wasn't even that we weren't in the know about how long he was in there for, but we also didn't know if he was even going to be allowed back at my mom's. Because
I
we weren't
see.
sure if the judge was going to be like, "Oh, well, you have had charges pressed against you, and you're already on probation through this county. This is another offense. We don't know, we didn't know if he was going to be allowed back." So it was pretty much wait and see.
So really the judge had the final say over where Devlin was ultimately going to go, because this is the same judge that had overseen Devlin throughout his life, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, and there's not much that you all could do in terms of controlling that, other than, of course, your witness testimony. But I mean, that's taken for, whatever the judge's
In the back.
judgment is. So because Rosebud said, if you were his guardian, then why did you let him move back to the grandparents' house, or that was an unfit place for him? And it sounds like the judge was really overseeing where Devlin lived.
That was because the fact that I got told when he turned 18, I didn't have a choice but to let him go wherever he wanted. So when he turned 18, I lost my guardianship was up when he turned 18.
I see. I see. And
That's
then
why
that
I went after adult guardianship of him, and then got told that he was 18 and that he was doing everything that he needed to be, and that um the judge didn't see that he needed an adult guardian. But I did try to, go after adult guardianship, so then I could try to keep him on the right track that he was going down when I had him. But our um adult guardianship um court date was a couple months after he turned 18. So he had already been at my grandparents for um a couple months before the guardianship um hearing.
I see. Okay. And then at that hearing, they just said, hey, he can take care of himself. But they put some stipulations, like the curfew was set into place, I'm assuming after he was 18 too.
No, the curfew didn't happen until after the B&E in Eaton County.
Oh, I see.
That was just this year.
And do you know why he decided to do that? Because Matt said that he went to a friend's house, but he couldn't get into the friend's house, so the friend told him to break in, and he was in there sleeping. Is what I heard.
For breakfast. He ended up walking to Vermontville, got there early, like super early in the morning. He called his friends. They said, well, you can't stay here. Go find a house or a car to sleep in. And so that's what Devlin went to do. And
Mm,
he ended up
verbal
going
abuse.
into a business that had an apartment either upstairs or behind it. And they called the cops, and then he got in trouble for a B&E. That's what I was told. Do I know if it's true? I don't. I know that Devlin told us that there was multiple kids involved in that, but um we were told by police that no, Devlin was the only one there.
I gotcha. Yeah, because it did kind of read that way in the report, as in that Devlin wasn't like the only one involved. And so I was thinking that maybe people told him to do it, and he just agreed to do it, type of a thing. So yeah. Um, which, that's bad advice. Sometimes friends give you bad advice. So that happened, and then you ended up, um, or excuse me, that happened, and then the judge was kind of thinking, hey, he needs a curfew that might help. Like you said, nothing, I guess he said, nothing good happens after 10, type of a thing. Um, Makes sense.
Yep, that's when he ended up telling him that nothing good happens after 10 o'clock because he had gotten into the B&E after 10 o'clock.
Right. Right. And that's a 5-hour walk to Vermontsville, says Lacey Pear. Yikes. Yeah, it's a long walk. And he got the cowboy boots were given to him by a guy named Sam, is that right?
I have no idea where they came from.
Because Jessica was telling me it was like one of the guys from the militia that had given
Yeah,
Devlin.
I don't know.
Yeah, Rosebud says you have to show the court's adequate information and proof that this person can care for themselves, especially if they've had guardianship all along. I do find it odd that. And when did you go back for guardianship again over Devlin? Was that after the B&E and stuff? Were you just kind of
No, that was
going back?
before. That was before,
Okay.
and that was before Devlin got into any of his recent legal charges.
Okay.
That would have
And
been about September of last year, I think.
okay. Because I know he was still talking about it, around the same time on that recording with Jessica, or how
Well,
he.
I had talked about, trying again. I had talked about trying again because he started getting into all the trouble and whatnot, and I wanted to see him get back onto the right track. And so yes, I did mention it again to him about, hey, do you want me, to try and get adult guardianship so then we can get you back on the right track because he was getting into all this trouble. And that's not what I want for Devlin. Like, nobody wants their kid or their niece or nephew or anybody to be sitting there getting into all this trouble. And so I wanted to
Right.
get him back onto the right track. So yes, that I did again, mention it to him, but I also told him I won't go behind your back and file for adult guardianship without your blessing.
Well, and what did the judge have as evidence to say that he could adequately take care of himself? Do you know what the judge was kind of.
Well, Devlin had a guardian ad litem at that court hearing. And because, he had the paperwork, showing that he was filing for his SSI again, he was going to his appointments like he was supposed to. He had his job at McDonald's. That was his proof of adequacy, um that he was, able to be his own guardian.
Okay, thank you, because I know you talked about that earlier, so thank you for repeating it too. And
Yep.
that makes sense, right? I mean, Devlin is showing him that he's able to kind of keep up with things on his own. So that makes sense. That he was, he was showing the judge that he could take care of himself. And then things went kind of south, well, and I agree with Rosebud here too. You don't ask a disabled person whether or not they want someone or who to be their guardian. They don't have the capability of making that decision, and that's why they had a guardian all this time. And that's where I get stuck too, Rosebud. And for those of you that don't know, a guardian ad litem is Devlin's lawyer. So it's different from guardianship, just so everybody knows. It's a lawyer for the um usually it's a child, but in this case it would have been, because Sabrina, what would you say Devlin's mental capacity was? I mean, I know it's a little bit behind, but
So
not
in some instances, so the 7 to 12 was my doing. So in some instances, he has that mentality of a 7 to 12-year-old. In other instances, he is very smart, like smarter than a normal adult smart.
sure.
So he like I would put him between like roughly like 15 to 17-ish mindset. But that
Right.
he also had that childish mentality where he would, run around with fake guns and, play like he was a cop. I mean, I he used to do it at my house. He had, gotten into having police, pull guns on him because he was, walking around with a fake gun tucked in his waistband. Um, and so like,
Yeah, I remember that being said. I remember that's one thing that people have kind of confirmed, that Devlin liked to pretend like he was a cop, but then he also didn't realize that, like, it looked like he had a real, firearm on him, and that's never good because you don't want him to get hurt in that way. Um, do you think
exactly.
that, I mean, and that kind of just leads me to, like, with the militia house, Matt said that it was raided and that they did find, firearms, and that's what they're big into. I mean, I if
As
you do
far
if
as
you
I
do
know, it wasn't.
yeah, see, that's what Matt had said, and he said that they were raided and they found, drugs and stuff in there and firearms, and I'm like, "Oh, well, what if Devlin decided, that he was going to play like a cop?" And I don't know, I mean, as far as I know, Michigan militia isn't anti-police or anything. A lot of them are involved or they're retired. So, I mean, I'm just kind of trying to go over every option,
Yeah,
with
as far as I know, the house was never raided. Everybody got kicked out. I know that. Um, and my boyfriend says that house was full of ex-cons, is what it was full of.
well, and see, that's what makes me a little bit worried that somebody would take him and hide him out or something like that for a period of time, such as, the 6 months that we've been in. But I also don't want to blame anybody that's not involved, but I do think that, anybody that was directly involved with Devlin or around the time of his disappearance are, important to kind of speak to. Um,
Well, that
did
I
you
know
feel
of. The police went to that house. They went to all family members, friends that lived in um Berry County as well. Um, as talking to, the people that he knew, um, in Waco. But I also know that that house is still sits empty till this day, and uh, most of the people that live there are now homeless, like living on the streets, homeless.
And did you guys pass out flyers at the homeless camps and stuff like that?
Um, I did not personally, but I do know somebody that did, and that
Okay,
went
and be
down and
careful if
talked
you
to.
do. I mean, be careful if you do go those places, and even the truckers. Some of them are weirdos. But just be careful if you do go to those places because I mean that. But I do think that it's a good thing to let people at least know because if Devlin is kind of surviving out there with a group of people or something, I mean that is I mean, I personally think he would have gotten hold of any one of you guys. So that's where I get stuck too.
Yeah, especially because he has my grandma's home number memorized. He has a lot of numbers memorized, and that's something that I say Devlin is smarter than the age range that I gave because most adults remember, numbers off the top of their head. And that is something that Devlin was very good with. He was very smart with numbers. He could tell me my grandma's license plate number.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, I don't even remember mine. And he's like, oh, it's this. And I'm like, how do you know that? And he's like, I remember it.
Just has a really good memory. And that's something that, a lot of us were
And
used to
that's
that growing up. But now I can't tell you anybody's number.
Well, and
It's
that's
bad.
why it's really weird that he hasn't contacted my grandma at least because like that's the main number that he called that he had memorized. Um so it just yeah, it
Yeah. I mean, I do think that that's one of the most concerning things to me is that he hasn't tried to reach out to her because I understand that, Devlin was close with her and would call her a lot, a lot, a lot. So, it is concerning to me that he didn't. Um, and, in terms of the guardianship too, and I'm sorry to kind of bounce back and forth, but were you did you still want to be his guardian, or were you glad when he turned 18 and the judge kind of made the decision to kind of let him make his own decisions? Like, how did you feel about that?
I wanted to be his guardian. I wanted to help him stay on the right track and, help him, better himself. Um
Mhm.
because when I got him, like I said, he had he had the domestic on my grandparents, which is why he ended up with me, and he wasn't doing any of that at my house. There was no violence. There might have been a couple pillow fights, but other than that, but no,
Yeah.
I wanted guardianship of him. I wanted, to help himself. I wanted to keep him on the right track of doing what he needed to be doing, like going to school, getting a job. We had talked many, many times about, where he wanted to work. He was working through the school. When he was going to school, when he lived with me, he was working at Tractor Supply and Good Times. He got a check from Good Times every week, or I think it was every other week. Um, and he was so excited. I'm working on making a paycheck. He was so excited, and I wanted to keep that excitement going to you know, keep him going.
Yeah, well, because work becomes work, right? It's kind of mundane after a while, and especially when somebody is on the spectrum, it can be, a good thing, but it also can be something that, like if he gets frustrated, he might walk off of a job or something like that, and that's understandable. Um, you know, because it's tough to try to kind of find his way and his niche and things. It sounds like he did enjoy like physical work too, so that's
Oh
good.
yeah, we
Yeah.
he absolutely loved that. I mean, going to the farm, feeding the animals, and playing with them, and um, raking leaves and shoveling snow, and just all of it. I mean, even when I had him living with me at 17, I went and we we went out shoveling snow.
Yeah, there's a lot of it in Michigan too. I mean, there's especially when it really comes down. Um,
For sure.
so that's good though. I mean, and those are all good things and positive things. Um, I just wish we kind of knew what happened that day in terms of where he could have went if he would have gotten a phone call and somebody said, "Hey, I'll give you a ride to your girlfriend's," or something like that. I can't really discount that either, although I think that the police would have traced, because they do have the phone records now.
Yes.
Yeah, so Rosebud says, yeah, there's a very big trait with autistic people, uh, and it's in regards to memory function, not so much what numbers are meant to be or what they are for. So yeah, but he's so good at remembering the numbers. Um,
And no offense, not to go back, but back to the guardianship where the person said that it shouldn't have been left up to him. I left that up to him because, he had talked about going to Yuma and being with his mom. And I left that up to him because I I am a very big person on, if you feel like you can handle something on your own, you should be able to do it no matter your disability, your age. Like, I shouldn't say age. Your age as an adult, okay? Um, because obviously children, which he was legally an adult, okay? So I wanted to leave
right.
that up to him as a person because I don't want to overstep. Um, because his feelings mattered. Um, they still matter. I wanted his approval before, because I didn't want to cause any bad turmoil between us. If I went and fought for guardianship and then, him, not get his SSI back and then me not have the funds to be able to send him to Yuma. Like I had told him that, if I got guardianship to be able to do, I didn't want to, basically give him that false hope. Um, because as you know, I don't have a lot of money, but I don't want to make that, promise of, well, you'll be able to go down there if I get adult guardianship and stay for, a week at a time or whatever, and then me not have the funds, and then that create turmoil, and not only turmoil, but like um bring him back to, I don't know if it would in the long run make him start acting out violently towards me like he was my grandparents as well. So I wanted to get his blessing for that. And I mean,
Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, and you can't really go back. It's just trying to understand, where everybody's heads are in that space because, it is it's concerning that the judge would not see him getting in trouble as kind of a red flag in terms of, let's take it back to maybe, having somebody oversee him, or, but I understand he's gotta, also do it for himself, and that's tough, right? Because he doesn't maybe have all of the tools to use to do that. Um, and Carrie was wondering about where your little one was when you guys left out for the job. Was
He
I
was
think
with
you
his
answered
dad.
that earlier. Yeah, he was with his dad. I thought you answered that earlier, so thank you.
Yeah,
Um,
my boyfriend's not his dad, so he went with his biological dad.
okay, yeah, and then you guys left out for the jobs, and then around 6:30, nobody had heard from Devlin. I guess the last person to speak to Devlin was Matt. Just from who we know. I mean, that he could have talked to other people. He certainly could have.
I mean, other than a woman saying that she's seen him at 2:30 at the trailer park, which we don't even know if it's valid or not, because there's no there's no video proof. It's just just hearsay that she said
Mhm.
that she's seen him. But it could, I mean, that could have been, oh well, I seen him that day, and it really have been Sunday. So we don't know for sure that he was actually at the trailer park on Monday petting her dog. So yes, the only person that had communication with Devlin that we know for sure of is Matt.
Right, and he lives in Hastings, like about 20, what is it, like 20 minutes away or so, like driving wise.
About 25-ish, yeah.
And how long were you at work, or how long did it take you guys to get your jobs done that day? Because I know you were doing odd jobs, so sometimes they take a couple hours.
Oh, we were there from I want to say it was 10:30 until I think it was 2 or 3 ish. I couldn't tell you exactly what time we got done, because I know we came home uh a little bit earlier because Will was supposed to go to work that night um at a job that he was supposed to start, and we came home a little bit early so he could go to sleep because he was going to be on third shift.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I
And where
can't
was
rightly tell you exactly what time we got home.
Okay, not a problem. And then uh, I know there was some confusion about Devlin's ride to court, because he had court scheduled the next day, but he just his disappearance happened, so he didn't show up to court. Um, but was John supposed to be giving Devlin a ride to court? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then and he had court in which county was it again? I'm sorry.
Berry County.
In which one? I'm sorry.
Berry County?
Berry County. Okay. Great. And at that court date, that was for a probation violation.
Yes.
Okay. And were they giving Devlin leniency because of his different abilities?
I think so. I really do. I think that's why he didn't spend much jail time in any of the counties that he was in.
Right. Because they kind of understood that he probably didn't realize what he was doing, I guess. I mean, it's hard to say, but I mean, obviously he knows right from wrong. I'm not trying to give him a pass. I'm just saying, because of all things considered or like a mitigating factor, coming into play.
Right.
Oh, you're welcome, Rosebud. Thank you guys for asking questions. Thank you very much for answering questions, Sabrina. I really appreciate you taking the time to come up
Yeah,
here
not a
and
problem.
because I think the more that we have facts, we can really kind of get down to what could have happened, right? Like in that time frame, it's just such a large time frame from one, the 8:21 a.m. and then we'll even say 9:30 ish. There's some activity from Devlin, but then after that, there's nothing except for the phone ping at the trailer park, which is just it's odd because I think there's a lot of cameras and stuff too. We kind of went the route and there's just you would think that somebody would have caught him on camera.
You would think so. And I do know, not to throw it out there, but I do know that a lot of the businesses that I talk to, they only have interior cameras, not exteriors.
Yeah, I noticed that I think it was at Penny's. I when we looked at the Google map, and sometimes you don't know because they might have added stuff to it. It might be an older, picture, but there wasn't. I don't think there was any cameras out that way. Just inside.
Because, like, I even asked, like, there was, like, the pawn shops and, just different, different places that Devlin walked by on a regular basis, to find out. And they were like, yeah, we just have, interior cameras, not exterior. So it wouldn't have caught, him walking by.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Right. No, that makes sense. And I know there's cameras all over at the Sunoco outside. So the lady that said that he walked towards there, I just wonder if it was really him because he wasn't caught on camera over there either, was he? But he was in the morning, but not in the evening.
See, and my mom says that he was caught on camera in the morning, but I was told that they hadn't seen him on Sunoco's cameras since Sunday. But I don't know if that was they only looked at like the morning, like from like 8:30 before, or what time they actually. I don't know what time they looked at the cameras. I just know that he was in Sunoco Sunday night, but
Okay,
I don't know.
because he was over at the church over by Carl's, and then he probably walked down over that way. Like maybe he took that route from the church or something.
Yeah, he did because he ended up coming back to the house to meet up with my grandma for coming out to get his Easter basket on Easter Sunday.
Oh,
But I
okay.
don't know, if he was caught on camera on Sunday, or on Monday, I mean, excuse me, on Monday or not. Um, at least not in the morning. I know at night he was not caught on the camera because somebody had said that they had seen him walk by Sunoco headed towards Bonanza Road at 5:30 or around 5:30, and that was found to not be true because he wasn't caught on Sunoco's cameras. And at that point, they had said that he was down by family Family Dollar walking towards Sunoco by Jerry's
Oh,
Tire.
I'm sorry, hun. What did you say at the end there?
That he was walking by Family Dollar, uh, like in between Family Dollar and Jerry's Tire, headed towards Sunoco, but he was never caught on camera at that time.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to map out all the
So,
locations. He
so
could have
that's
went.
another, don't know if it's true or not, hearsay.
Right, exactly. Well, and that's what's hard is like, kind of narrowing it down to just the facts. Um, and Carrie's saying, did your grandma go to your house to give the Easter basket, or did Devlin go over there?
No, my grandma came to our house.
Okay. Okay, great. For Easter.
Yeah.
That grandpa, oh, sorry, I was just writing back in the chat. Gail says if I was LE, I would be doing a background check and serious interrogation of the parapro since they were the last place that the phone pinged and the dogs picking up Devlin's scent around her trailer, in my opinion. And, I'm definitely interested in the parapro too, Gail. What do you make of that, Sabrina? I mean, if you don't know, it's okay. I'm curious.
Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Okay, no problem. That's a good question too. Detroit, who took them to the church Easter Sunday? And I'm thinking he might have walked down to the church because it's not far. It is over by Carl's. So I'll see
Yes,
if
Devlin
I
walked to
can.
church on Easter Sunday.
Thank you. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. What was your other
What do you
question? Sorry,
what do you,
my dog knocked down the baby gate.
oh, no worries. Yeah, just Gail was wondering about the Parapro since it was the last place that Devlin's phone pinged and then the dogs circled around her trailer. So I don't know what to make of that either.
Um, so I would have to say, like, my thoughts on it is, yeah, I think that would be, one suspect to look into, just because, um, his phone pinged around her. It was like within, I want to say, 100 feet of her trailer, and then having the dogs go around her trailer was a big like red flag to me. um Whether or not they actually looked into it, I have no idea. I couldn't tell you if they got a search warrant or anything. But yeah, I would think that would be one thing that they should do if they haven't. um I do know that the fire chief of Laco did tell me that they did a thorough search on the trailer park. And that included checking, the old, or not the old, the empty trailers as well. Um, and under like the skirting and stuff of the empty trailers, but and checking like drains and stuff um at the trailer park. But and that the empty trailers was because the fact that me and his B&E, like, my thought on that is, Well, if you're, willing to walk into a business, you're able to walk into, an empty trailer or building um that's not occupied.
Right. Well, and we do have a dog handler that has been on the show. I really respect Jules a lot, and she does talk about how circling isn't necessarily a hit. It's a change in the dog's behavior. Um, but I would like to know more about that too. Matt said he went to
Okay.
dinner. Yeah, yeah, and it's
I guess I didn't know
understandable
that
because
either. I don't. I mean, I have regular dogs. I don't have scent smelling dogs, so I would know nothing
right.
about that.
Well, and we did a live about it because, I didn't understand it either fully, and especially when, the dog is trained in a certain way, the handler knows what to look for, and that's kind of how they communicate with each other. So it is really interesting. But I would love to know more about, what Jules thinks about that, and I'm glad that you shared it because she does listen too. And I'll absolutely send it to her. Um, and Detroit says
Not gonna
Matt said that.
lie. Oh,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
not gonna lie. I do not listen to all of your lives because a lot of the lies have upset me. So I don't watch them all, so I would not have heard that, or I may have heard it um or read it, um but like I don't read or listen to all of them because a lot of the stuff does upset me um when it's basically like downing and bashing and hurtful comments um towards people. And I know there's people saying, well, I do believe you have involvement, you yourself have. Um i like i don't know what more I can do to prove that I had nothing to do with this. Like I want to know just as much as everyone else where my nephew went, because we're missing a loved one, and all of those comments it's just more hurt added. It's basically like building a fire. And so I don't watch all of your videos because of that.
I understand that. I do. I do. And I don't want to make it more difficult on you guys at all. I just know that and I agree with you. It is a fire. It is definitely tough, especially when we're not kind of getting all of the information um in the most factual manner, right? And some of it isn't malicious, some of it is, but the majority of it is like where people are telling the story and then you hear it this way, and then you know it turns out, okay, it's not quite that way, right? And especially if we're taking it literally, which we probably should be, especially, the factual information, it gets jumbled up. It does. And I can see why that would be frustrating for you and all of the family. The one thing that I'm hoping for, and I have been hoping for from the beginning, is that we could just all kind of put the differences aside. I mean, I'm well aware that there's bad blood, for lack of a better way to say it. But I also understand that, some of that does come into play with Devlin being missing with the dynamic. We're going to have to look at that. But it also, moving forward, it might not help to keep rehashing that, because it's painful for everybody.
For sure.
you know, and going back to Easter Sunday, so Devlin goes to church and then they have dinner at the church, kind of like a luncheon or something, and then Sandra comes over Easter Sunday to Tamara's house, and then you guys do the Easter baskets, and then she left out with Lorraine because Lorraine drove her over. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Because yeah, I mean, it's it's just important to get that timeline. And then Devlin goes. He's probably excited because he gets an Easter basket. So that's cool. So he was in probably a good mood from that. Do you know like what he did Easter Sunday night? Like after everybody goes home and stuff. Did he go to bed at his usual time, or because I know that his bedtime was kind of around 10 if he was home.
Devlin didn't have a bedtime. He like picked and chose when he wanted to go to sleep. We didn't tell him, oh well, it's bedtime. You gotta, put your phone away. It's time to lay down. So Devlin picked and chose when he went to bed. I didn't pay attention to that, to be honest. I, tried to stay in my room as much as possible. Um, I know that after my grandma had left, because it wasn't really late when she was there, he went back to town.
Oh, okay. Um, did he go? Do you know where he went, or
I have no idea.
but then he ended up coming home like around 10 o'clock?
It was before 10.
Okay. And then he was quiet in the morning, and I don't mean to like repeat or anything, but just to kind of get a clear time frame. He was quiet in the morning, kind of got his bedding up, put things away, and then he headed out for the morning around 7:30, and that would put him at Carl's at 8:21.
Yeah.
And just to clear up speculation as well, you guys had, well, Tamara has a bedroom, and then you guys had the bedroom where your family stayed, like your son and boyfriend.
So there's 3 bedrooms. Julius had one. Will and I had another, and the back bedroom was um it's my mom's bedroom, but she doesn't get comfortable on a bed. And for one, and for two, when we moved in, we had to move stuff out of what was Julius's room. And so her room became like a storage area so we could go through everything. Um and um Even before that, she was sleeping in a recliner. But before we moved in, we had gotten rid of the recliner and ended up getting a love seat, and that was what my mom slept on. It was where she got comfortable, and that was in the living room.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that too. So let's see. I think there. Oh, and I know we've kind of went over this before, but it's a really good question. Did Devlin spend time at the? Is Bob's like a bar? Like, do they have a bar there, or is it
No,
just?
Bob's Barn. It's Bob's Barn Jamboree. So it's a big, like, farm animal barn that
Mhm.
they hold music sessions at. It's mostly older people.
Okay, and but so yeah, and it seems to me like Devlin didn't really partake in drinking or smoking. He seemed like he was pretty straight edge for the most part, right? Even though I know he had gotten into trouble.
Yes, he didn't do any of that. No smoking, no drinking, no drugs that I'm aware of.
Good. That's always a good sign, or I always like hearing that because, younger people, especially when their brains aren't fully developed and they're drinking, can cause trouble. And, maybe it would explain some of the activities that he was going into. Um, so, and have you seen the footage from Carl's? Because I know that there's a lot of speculation. Backwoods Search and Rescue did confirm that there was footage of him, and I would think there would be because there's cameras inside and out Carl's. I mean, just all
I
over.
didn't I did not see the footage from Carl's. One of the officers went down and viewed the camera footage and seen Devlin.
Okay, so they did confirm that too. Okay, I'm just making
Yes.
sure. Thank you for clarifying that. KJ Maxx says so. Two occupied rooms, one bedroom as storage, a living room where Tamara slept. So where did Devlin sleep in that scenario?
Devlin slept on the living room floor.
Yeah, which is, I mean,
I know it's not ideal and it wasn't supposed to be that way. And Devlin was originally, and I know it's wrong, but Devlin was told that he could sleep in my son's bed. Yes, it was small, but he was told that he could sleep in my son's bed as long as he changed his clothes because like I said before, Devlin did not like to shower and he did not like to change his clothes on a regular basis, and he was even told that he could sleep on the couch as long as he cleaned his or changed his clothes and showered and stuff. um and that, I know it's wrong, to do, but and I know I I didn't think of an air mattress or anything until Devlin came up missing and everybody started all of this question asking about, like, why we didn't have a fold up mattress or anything. I honestly, I can tell you, I didn't think about it. Devlin never showed, he never told us that he was uncomfortable sleeping on the floor.
Yeah, well, and I mean, you can't take it back, so I appreciate the honesty. I mean, because it is what it is. It's you can't change what it is now, but and I understand that it would. I understand it makes you feel bad, and and I do think it's wrong, but also I think it's commendable for you to at least be honest. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no
Now,
problem.
was there running water at the house, like, or was there plumbing issues or something? I know that we had talked about that in an earlier live. Um,
So there is running water. And there's a pump issue where the pump won't shut off like it's supposed to. So you have to go out to the back porch and unplug it. And when you want to use water, you gotta plug it back in. That was part of the reason why we were filling water jugs. Along with it was made it a lot easier to water the dog than
yeah,
carrying,
sure.
a giant 5 gallon bucket full of water. It was 1 gallon at a time.
Yeah, and I know that was kind of on the list of chores too. Was Devlin walking with the jugs, or were you guys like picking him up or giving him a ride?
He didn't have to go anywhere. We filled them in the bathtub. And when my mom's pipes froze last year, uh we were filling them at the laundromat, but we were driving. I would never in my life make anyone walk a mile and a half with gallons of water. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wanted to make sure that we could clarify that because I think that's where it came from. And sometimes, you know, knowing that when it was, cold outside and it froze, that's a different time than April, right? Because we're trying to figure out what was going on in April. So, um, I appreciate that as well. And then you were giving him a ride, but had that on his chores list just to make sure, like when you were feeding, like when he was watering the dogs and stuff like that, you guys were filling the jugs up in the bathtub.
Yeah, because we have like 30 to 40 water jugs that we use throughout the day. And then instead of, having to go out every time and unplug plug in the water when we wanted it, we'd fill up like 30, 40 water jugs. So then we had water, and then all we'd have to do is go outside, plug it back in, and then fill the water jugs back up and then put them on the shelf where they went.
I see. Okay. And yeah, so it wasn't like he was carrying them back and forth. I appreciate you um reiterating that. Well, I can understand that too, KJ Max. So, because did everybody like go to bed at the same time? Like, was that an issue? Because it just seems like, anytime you live in a small area, it's tough, you know.
No, we
Um,
all went to bed at different times.
right. And then you said that Will had started his job kind of working overnight, so that would put him
He was
sleeping during the day.
he was supposed to start. His first day was supposed to be the day Devlin came up missing. And because I had his vehicle looking for Devlin, that did not happen.
I see. And how was people taking showers? Because Matt was talking about the running water because there was no
I
running water
I
because the pipe.
I primed the pump. I know how to prime. I know how to prime the water pump. I primed the water pump. So all that is you literally just have to dump water into it and fill up the 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 bladder is what it's called. You have to fill up the bladder and then it it goes back to normal running water. Like that's all it is. You just have to add. It's like a gallon of water. Um, and it all depends on if your pump needs more or less water. Because sometimes if it's still got water in the bladder, you don't need as much water to prime it. So it all depends. But I know how to prime the pump, and I did that. That's not hard.
Well, I'm not good at stuff like that. So you explaining that, I appreciate it because now I understand it and I didn't before. I'm like, I don't know what priming the pump is. I'm not good with any of that kind of stuff. So I
My
appreciate you
sister, my
explaining.
sister taught me, and my mom taught my sister. Let's just put it that way.
That's good. No, that's good. I mean, because like I said, and it kind of just helps us understand too, like what was going on there as well. So it was challenging with the water, but you guys had primed it, and then there was water in there to fill up the jugs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, and Bonnie, I think the confusion is that they were filling up the water jugs at the laundromat when the pipes froze over because obviously the pipes are froze and so they can't pump water through. So that they went to the laundromat to fill up the bucket, or excuse me, fill up the jugs. So I think that's where the confusion is. So it wasn't like part of Devlin's normal routine to have to go to the laundromat, say, and fill up the jugs, but he did help out at the house in terms of filling up the jugs from the faucet, so to speak.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's where the confusion is. Um, so in April, the water pump was primed and he was able to do everything, but you guys were still filling up the jug, so it was still on his chores list.
Yes.
So yeah, there was running water, Chi, as long as because they had to prime the pump on the water. And once they did that, they had it, but they were still filling up the water jugs at that time. Um, and I think that's where the confusion came in.
The filling up the water jugs was to prevent from having to go out to the back porch to plug in the pump every time because the pump doesn't shut. First, I don't know what. So there's two like bolts that have springs. That one of them is to determine what psi kicks off the pump, and the other one is to determine when the pump turns on. And I couldn't get those set, so the pump would continuously run, and if it continuously runs, it's gonna blow the pump motor. So instead of blowing the pump motor from it continuously running, because I couldn't figure it out, we just were unplugging it from the back porch, and instead of having to go out and plug it back in every time we needed to use the water, we just filled water jugs, so then we had water at all times. But the water does run. You just have to go out and plug it in. So that help better irradiate. Not gonna try that word again because that just did not work. Does that help better understand?
Yeah, no, it does. It does because not having water altogether is different than having to do different steps in order to get it. And I understand. I mean, again, I don't want us to judge a situation wrongly or not have all the facts. So I think it's important to have that.
Well,
Um,
and CPS even came to the house and seen that we had running water, and they video recorded it and everything. So, I mean, if we didn't have running water, they would have made me leave. I'm pretty sure of it. So,
yeah. Well, and how heavily was CPS involved with Devlin? I mean, did they get involved because of the trouble that he was getting into, or were they kind of just keeping an eye on his situation?
CPS wasn't involved in Devlin at all. Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
CPS was called on me after Devlin came up missing because somebody went and said that we had no running water and holes in the floor, and that was not true. And that was found out to be true and found to be a false allegation. And that
Right.
was
Okay.
after Devlin came up missing.
Okay, so they did a visit after he was missing, but not about him, but because somebody called on you.
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, I know people do that, and sometimes it is genuine concern, sometimes it's malicious, or vindictive or whatever. So I appreciate you clarifying that. Um, Carrie's asking why you moved to or why you moved to Lansing, and if it's too much information, I get it, but I mean, I'm
Um,
curious.
One, better job opportunities. Two, I lived out here last year. And it's it's a more of a better learning environment for my son. I mean, we can go, walk to pretty much everything where I live. And my son is a very out, he loves being outside. So walking to, the parks and, keeping him physically active in that aspect is like a main goal to me, and it was just better for him to be able to do that here than, no offense, in a small town, especially when you're surrounded by, trees and farm land and whatnot. You don't have a whole lot to do, where out here we have like everything we can do. And also it was a lot to do with, I'm not gonna lie, all of the hurtful comments, the dirty looks walking through the grocery stores, the gas stations, everybody, asking me any updates, stuff like that, because like um I don't want to say that I want to forget Devlin, okay, and his disappearance. But just being asked constantly, or being looked at like I did wrong, and I understand that a lot of you feel like I did do wrong because I didn't ask the community for, permission or whatnot with the money situation. And a lot of people just, they gave me the dirty looks. I and at one point, I'm not gonna lie, people were putting our address out there, and I felt that, anything could happen, because the fact that um action, I don't want to say actions have consequences, but like, people, you never know what somebody's gonna do um over certain things. Um
Right. No, I get that. I mean, if people are giving out the address and then you have to worry about your kiddo, I mean, that's who you have to protect as well. Um,
Sorry, my
Hi.
son wants to say hi.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, and so I mean, I completely understand that. Um, and I know that Matt had played
Oh.
some sort of a part in the money, which we already talked about that, so I don't want to, keep beating a dead horse on that. So, um,
Well, there's a whole bunch of hangers in the kids' uh toy thing, so I'm cleaning after the kids. Is this Mister's or somebody else?
Thursday.
and
Sorry.
Chuchi, no worries. I was just gonna say, Chuchi said thank you for clarifying Sabrina the water situation.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
sorry. Let's see. I'm just gonna see if there's any more questions. If you guys have any more questions for Sabrina, I'm gonna let her go here soon because I know she's got a little one to take care of. Rob Beanie says I heard the baby say hi. We love kids around here. And Devlin, I kind of think of him as a kid in a way because he did have a different mentality level, depending. And I think a lot of people have said that as well. So if you guys have any questions, let me see here. Um, okay, sorry about that. Let me see. Thank you, Detroit. Yeah, please be kind in the chat, guys, because we just want to find out, answers. Um, oh, Rose. Well, why do you think people were? That's a good question, Rosebud. Why do you think people were kind of placing blame on you. Do you have any idea why they would be doing that?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it, I mean, I know that, people didn't start blaming me until after I used the money to fix my truck. Um, and they thought that, I was just using Devlin for his money, or using him as a disappearance to get money. Um, but I couldn't tell you why I think that people are blaming me or saying that I have any involvement in him disappearing.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, the reward and stuff like that. I can understand people being upset about that, but I know that we haven't really found any evidence to suggest that, you have involvement. So, you know, that's especially if your day is accounted for. I would have assumed that law enforcement spoke with you. Did anybody take a lie detector test? I know that's another question somebody asked.
No. Like I said, if you guys can give me, things to do that I can help clear my name so I can stop being blamed, or, um, or being, said that I had involvement in it, please feel free to send it my way and I'll do it. I'm not even gonna lie. I went as far after all of the lies and everything and people saying that I had involvement. I went as far as reaching out to Steve Wilko's show to take a lie detector test and ain't nobody answered me back on it. Not even playing. Because that's how much I want to prove to everyone that I didn't have anything to do with it. Like, Devlin is like any other child that I've ever been around. They are like my own. And I would never do anything to physically harm or hurt my own child, so I wouldn't do that to somebody else's, an adult or a child. That's why I have, if you look at my legal background, guess what? I have nothing. Why? Because I do not feel like it is okay to do anything harmful to hurt someone else. So if you
Sure.
guys can
And
give me ideas, go right ahead, and I will try my best to get a hold of somebody so then I can do it.
well, did the police bring you in to interview you, or did they just interview you while you were out and about, still looking that night that Devlin went missing?
I wasn't technically in an interrogation room, but I was, brought into the fire barn and asked a bunch of questions and whatnot about the day that Devlin came up missing, and that, that was by a police officer, but officially being in an interrogation room asked a bunch of questions, no, that hasn't happened. Would I tell them no, you can't, or I'm not going to answer any of their questions? No, because I literally have nothing to hide. If I wanted to hide anything, I wouldn't be on here. I definitely wouldn't have a social media post, pro profile group, and I definitely I wouldn't be voicing and telling that what's what's the truth and what's not. If at least in my opinion, I've never been in this situation, and I know you guys are like, oh well, this is the Sebastian case, and somebody else had mentioned another case, and I don't remember what it was, and it was a dad that murdered his kid and then said that he had nothing to do with it. that's not me. If I did something, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, I did it. And when everybody was like, "Oh, well, you took the money," I gladly admitted, yes, I did use the money to fix my truck. I had no um denial in that, and I was completely honest and truthful about, yeah, I did use the money to fix my truck. And I will be completely honest, I did use it to fix my truck. That's who I am. I was taught not to lie, and I'm not about to lie to anyone about a family member that's missing.
Well, and I appreciate you telling the truth. I mean, that's important. Just so we can. Get that out of the way. So Jessica wants to know about the comment that you were accused of making at the bake sale about Devlin. I guess that there were several people that had said that you had made a comment about um I'll just quote it. All anybody would have to do was get Devlin into a big body of water, and then he would excuse me, and then he could take care of himself because he can't swim.
I have never said that.
Okay. Yeah, and that was just something that had been said by other people that were at the bake sale. Um
Not to my knowledge did I say any of that, because I mean, it's true. Like, I mean, it's true. Like, all if if somebody wanted to get rid of Devlin, you know, a body of water, he was afraid of water. Like, he didn't go near it. He didn't know
yeah.
how to swim. But there's no way that I would have even come close to stating that he could take care of himself or anything like that. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where that would have came from. Um, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure let me look to see who said it, and it might have been in a Facebook because I know a lot of things were going back and forth on Facebook and kind of popping off over there. So it might have been something over there as well. Um, I agree, Tina, and thanks for being here. Where's Devlin? Who took him? What happened? How can we find him? Goals. There are so many possibilities of what could have happened, and I agree with that. I agree with that. Um, and how did Mary get the money? Did the police have you just pay Mary back? As somebody's asking that.
Nope, I freely get. So Mary was a friend of ours, and so she offered to take it to get everybody off my back, because she's like, well, if it's, if I have it, it'll help get people off your back. You can pay it back. And I was already in the works of paying it back. Um, but after all of this happened, like, I was like, to the point that I was like, I don't even want the money, because everybody's just gonna say that what they were already saying, that that's all we wanted from this, that we were involved because of the money, and that's not what I wanted, like, at all. um and so that was why Mary got it, was because of the fact that I was like, yeah, if it's in somebody else's hands, like, in it, then I'm out of it. I have nothing to do with anything, because you know
Put the phone down.
ugh um
Get a hanger to pick up.
Just
And were
because,
the
I didn't want control. Um, yeah.
and yeah, Tamara said that Sergeant Detective Heshi came in to her home and asked a bunch of questions.
Yeah, he did.
But no,
And he gathered different things. I gave him one of the old phones that Devlin had that was left at the house. He asked a bunch of questions about Devlin stuff, the meds that he was supposed to be taking. Um,
all right, and I know this is going to be a tough question too. Did you have to bail Will out of jail?
but that wasn't with the money
You got
from the reward.
Okay.
I borrowed that
So,
money from someone else.
okay, Tamara says I took a loan out to help her bail Will out of jail. And I know that's difficult to answer, so I appreciate your honesty. Um,
Like I said, I have nothing to hide, and I'm not gonna even. I'm not going to not tell you the truth. I like I said, I have nothing to hide, and I don't plan on lying to anyone.
yeah, and I understand, when things happen, they're unexpected, and I mean, so, but yeah, I think it's good to clear the air at least about that as well. I mean, and honestly, it's not our business, but I appreciate you answering anyway. Um,
Yeah, no problem.
so, yeah, but it was so Will's was unrelated to Devlin. Just to clarify that too. So, um,
Oh, can I clear something up? Can
yeah, go
I
for it.
clear something up?
Yeah.
So, when Devlin first came up missing, a picture of my son and my boyfriend was going around, and it said that it looked like my boyfriend had a scratch mark on his nose. It was not a scratch mark, it was not a defensive wound. It is called plaque psoriasis. He has it on his face, especially when his face gets dry. So please stop saying that it looked like that it was a scratch mark and that a defensive wound, because it is not.
Okay, because I do remember seeing that picture as well circulating around. Um,
Yes, and that was one thing that really irritated me.
do you have that picture like where nobody has ever tampered with it or anything like that?
Nobody's tampered with it in general.
Well, I'm just saying because
Oh my
what
God.
I'm saying about tampered with, and the reason I say that is not you. It's like, so as a YouTube creator, I could take that picture and I can enhance the picture in different ways. It's altering the picture. So I was wondering if you had the picture in question, straight from your phone. That way
I do
nobody
have the
else's.
picture. I do have the picture. I don't know how to send it on here or if I even
No,
can.
yeah, you'd have to email it to me, hun. But that's what I'm saying, because that way, and I'm not saying that you would alter it. I'm not saying you could, but at least if it's coming from your phone to my email, I could at least take a look at it and not, show people or talking about, not now, because I know you've been on here with me for like 3 hours, so, or a little bit over that. But I mean, that way we can, do another live, because I would rather work with you guys than against you guys, or even if we can come together, even with Jessica, because, a lot of this is just frustration over the fact that Devlin's still missing. There's a large amount of that, and I know that a lot of it comes from the past too. Um, so, but that way, at least I could take a look at it and see, because once it's been on Facebook, I mean, anybody could have modified anything and made it look worse than it is, if that makes sense.
Right. No, I can send that to you. I'll just have to figure out how to get your email. I'm pretty sure it was in one of your comments
Yep, yep. It's
on
on my
here.
page
So,
too. Yeah, it's just my channel name with no apostrophe at gmail.com.
okay.
And he did love to fish, is what people were talking about too. Um, but with the water, he wouldn't necessarily like jump into the water. Is that true?
No, he would not jump into it, but he did love to fish. Don't let me fool you. We took him salmon fishing, and oh my gosh, he he fell into the water in waders, and he was out with my ex-husband, and he fell into the water because they were waded across the river, and he fell into the river, and he came to me. I was sleeping in the car because we had my baby, and he literally told me I thought I was gonna drown. And Joe,
Aw.
sorry, that's my ex-husband, um grabbed my waders and pulled me up.
Aw. So he was afraid to swim.
Oh yeah, but he absolutely loved fishing, and let me tell you, that did not stop him from going back across the river and salmon fishing.
Right, right. Yeah, and I mean that's something, I mean, and that's another similarity with Sebastian's case, is that Sebastian loved to go fishing in ponds and creeks and stuff like that, but he wasn't like he was more of like a pool kid where he did love to swim, but he didn't like the murky water, or like a lake where you probably couldn't see, or things like that. So and how old was he then, Robini was asking? When you guys took him salmon fishing. I agree with that too, Chuchi. Oh, I think I lost Sabrina. She dropped off. So, guys, I think that we had a productive time here today, and I appreciate Sabrina coming up and answering the questions. And I do agree, Chuchi, that Devlin needs to be found. We need to come together. We need to figure this out. Um, as long as people are willing, to do that, and put the differences aside. You can have um situations where we don't always agree, but it's about coming together for Devlin and trying to figure it out. And I do say, oh, okay, there's Sabrina. Thanks, Sabrina. Don't worry about coming back up, hon. We've been on a long time. You're more than welcome to come back up and talk another time too. Um, so thanks, Holly S. Thank you, KJ Mac. You guys were amazing too. Thank you for the questions, because a lot of times, I'm involved in listening and things like that, and sometimes I don't come up with the best one, the best questions and things like that. But I think that we got a lot of information today that was kind of smoothed over in a way, right? And it's about kind of finding out what the facts are. Yeah, absolutely, Sabrina. You're welcome. And just we got to keep moving forward with trying to figure out, what could have happened to Devlin. You know. Thanks, Robini. Yeah. Yeah, well, they did have one of the trail cams um, in the area, but the police went and looked into it, so we don't know more about that. But according to Sabrina, they did look into it. Um, yeah, I get that, KJ Mac. I don't think that they're necessarily involved in the disappearance. The statements that feel a red flag can be due to not warning, or excuse me, not wanting, excuse me, to admit to the living standards and arrangements, but I can't ignore it. Yeah, and I mean, and those are the things that we kind of look for in a way, ourselves. You're welcome, Lacey Pear. Thank you so much for becoming part of the Dragon Tribe. Um, and Devlin matters. He matters. That's exactly who matters. Like, we need to figure out where he is. He's out there somewhere. Something happened where he's not, contacted anybody. That's a big red flag for me. Um, in my opinion, is there any way Tamara and Sabrina can help Jessica without tearing her? I think it's tearing her down, and vice versa. Come together to help Devlin. It's important not to tear each other down, and Devlin needs you all. I agree with that 100%. And I think that's the biggest thing is just like moving forward past it. It's just a lot of hurt, you know. Yeah, and I do respect the bravery for coming up on the panel. You know, we have to keep moving forward, Robini. That's the most important thing, right? Now that we have some uh, um, more details, more information, what can we do now to try to find out what happened to Devlin? You know, I think someone could have easily convinced him to leave, right? Or easily convinced him to you know, come hang out, right? And then all of a sudden something bad could have happened. There's a lot of avenues that we haven't really gone down as far as I would have liked to, even with the Michigan militia. Because if they had their house broken up and everything, who's to say that Devlin couldn't be out there with some of his guy friends that he knew, or hiding out, or maybe he was afraid because he had the probation violation. I know that there's all of these things um to explore and discuss. I know, that's what I was thinking too, offering him a ride to his mom, and I understand that, he and Sabrina were a little bit, having a rough time and everything, in that regard. So, I mean, very much could have figured, yeah, I'll go see my mom. But I do know that Jessica said that, she told him that he has to get all of his court stuff figured out before, um, and it breaks my heart because I know that she's struggling with that. I know that she's struggling with that. And, me doing the GoFundMe was not to stick it to Sabrina and Tamara. It's not designed to do anything like that. I just think that she would feel better being able to go and get clearer answers. And I think that that could help out a lot for her, because she's trying to keep pushing through. I mean, she just doesn't know where her son is. It's breaking her heart, guys. It breaks my heart, you know? A predator could have picked him up and given him a ride. We just don't know, right? After 8:21, and then we know he spoke to Matt. We know he made it over to Lake Laundry, according to Matt. But 9:30, and then even Sabrina was saying with the 9:30 ping, and I did find out some more information too. Apparently, YouTube changed the policies. So a 16-year-old can stream on their own. So I don't see why she wouldn't be able to come on a panel or talk with us in the chat. So I will reopen that invitation. If Marie has any information she can bring forward, you know. Gail says we will still want to know if they question the parapro, militia, and girlfriend thoroughly because otherwise it was someone random that abducted Devlin, in my opinion. And I agree with that as well. I think looking into the parapro, the militia, the girlfriend, those are the main ones, right? We also didn't get into talking about Zach, but he was another person that had threatened Devlin's life. Let's be honest. So that's an issue. I do think that they were more of a safety net for him, Holly. That is one thing that I was thinking of too. Is, why were they helping Devlin? Maybe they had a soft spot for him and they decided, as a group, hey, we're gonna look after this kid. Um something like that, you know. Chuchi, thank you. Chuchi says, Tamara, Sabrina, I thank you very much for showing your perspective on in your take on your side of the story. It puts new perspectives into what we all want questions and answers for, in my opinion. And it does. It very much does. It very much does. Well, Tamara, I understand, but we all have to just, move forward. We are working a FOIA. Raw Beanie. I don't know if Lil Red's in here, but we've been working a FOIA. Um, yeah, absolutely, and we appreciate it. Hey, even if we don't agree, or even if there's a disagreement, so I appreciate that as well. Detroit, most definitely, because if we block each other out, then the lines of communication are dropped. But sometimes those lines of communication aren't as healthy. So we also need to be able to set up boundaries. Boundaries are very important, and no one should ever be shamed for setting up a boundary. You can hit the block button just as easily as you can hit the unblock button, and I would encourage maybe the block to be in place for right now, especially if one party or another feels it's necessary because that's their own boundary, right? So I think so too, Tamara. I know I know you're right there, and that's a great point. Devlin matters to a lot of people in our community, she says, as well as our family. Yeah, and he obviously means a lot to you or you wouldn't be here. So, I agree with that. Um, yeah, and being diplomatic is a good thing, but we also, need to ask those questions. They're very important. All of your questions were very important, guys. I really appreciate you guys asking those questions, because those are questions that sometimes I might forget to ask, or I might be focusing or keying in on something different than you are, and you guys are able to, ask the questions that I forgot about or something, Um, KJ Maxx says, I cannot praise people for honesty. That's the base that I expect. I will praise for going above and beyond, like remaining to be willing and not going off on a tit for tat. That would be commendable. Yeah, I agree with that, KJ Mack, and that's very well said. It is. It's very well said because we do expect people to be honest with us, especially if we're asking a very straightforward question, right? We just kind of expect that honesty to come through. And especially if you're truly looking for your loved one and you want to find them, you want to try to be as honest as possible. So, but I agree, putting the differences aside is something that is an example to be set for others. Um, and it's important. We have to have that when it comes to Devlin. We have to, because he deserves that. He deserves more coverage. But the way that I don't want to get coverage is for everybody to fight back and forth, So I do appreciate that, as well, because we don't need to be doing that on either side, So, um, when it comes to helping Jessica get there and helping her with resources, we need to keep on going with that, right? We just have to. That's what's right. That's what Devlin deserves to have. Um, he's a just a really cute, lovable kid. I could tell. I could tell that he's loved. by a lot of people. So, well, and we do need some new tips to come in. We just really do. But yeah, I would like to get that original picture, pretty please, Sabrina, just so that way. And there's my email. Thank you, Chuchi. Yeah, we need to stay on that because that's another thing too that can help bring more perspective into this, right? I don't want to accuse anybody of anything. And honestly, I appreciate you know, sharing about what happened with Will, even though it doesn't seem to have a whole lot of basis on looking for Devlin or finding him. It just helps put things into perspective too. Um, yeah, and I would like to know more about Easter Sunday too. So you know, Tamara, we can probably schedule a live too, so that way you can tell people. I just didn't want it to be too chaotic. But the invitation is definitely open. Um, yeah, and it is. That's another big one, the bullying. That we have to figure it out. And if it was people that were in the family too, that's one thing. And yes, please, guys, Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. I can receive information there. And I'll be sure to go over and check it over too, and keep an eye on it too. So, um, thank you all so much for being here, and I will see you guys probably tomorrow because I'm going to be kind of working on some things tonight. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I love you all. And let's find Devlin Tait. Let's find Sebastian Rogers. Let's keep moving forward. And thank you, Chuchi. Thank you. Thank you.